Have you ever wondered what it would be like to step through the fabric of time itself, to witness the dawn of civilizations, to glimpse into the distant future, or perhaps even to rewrite the moments that define your very existence? Imagine standing at the crossroads of yesterday, today, and tomorrow, where the past isn't locked away in dusty textbooks or fading memories, but alive and accessible, ripe for exploration. What if the boundaries that trap us in the relentless march of time were not as absolute as we've always believed? What if the flow of time, linear and unyielding in our everyday experience, could be bent, twisted, or even reversed? Time travel is a concept that has fascinated humanity for centuries, weaving its way through ancient myths, folklore, and modern science fiction. It tantalizes us with the possibility of breaking free from the chains of the present and venturing into realms unknown, where the past and future are as tangible as the here and now. The very idea challenges our deepest understanding of reality and ignites a profound curiosity about the universe and our place within it. Today, we embark on a journey to explore the enigma of time travel, not just as a mere fantasy or a compelling plot device, but as a profound scientific and philosophical question that continues to captivate physicists, philosophers, and dreamers alike. This exploration will delve into the possibilities and paradoxes that time travel presents, the theoretical frameworks that entertain it, and the tantalizing clues that suggest time may be far more malleable than our everyday experience permits us to believe. Why does this matter? Because understanding time and its nature could unlock secrets about the origin of the universe, the fate of existence, and even the fundamental limits of human knowledge. The prospect of time travel forces us to reconsider the concepts of cause and effect, free will, and the very nature of identity. It challenges us to envision a cosmos where history might be rewritten, or where futures not yet lived are already present in some form beyond our perception. Think back to a moment in your life, a simple one, perhaps a choice you wish you could undo or a memory you long to relive. Time travel promises, at least in theory, the chance to revisit such moments, to shape outcomes, or to witness events long past. This deeply personal connection to time is what makes the concept so compelling, bridging the vast scales of the cosmos with the intimate experiences of individual lives. It is this blend of the universal and the personal that makes time travel a subject not only of scientific inquiry, but one of enduring human fascination. Consider the story of a young physicist at the turn of the 20th century, grappling with the emerging theories of spacetime. As he sifted through the equations of Einstein's general relativity, he noticed peculiar solutions, paths through spacetime that looped back on themselves, known as closed time-like curves. These solutions suggested that, under certain extreme conditions, it might be possible to traverse backward in time, creating what we now call time loops or time machines. This discovery seemed to shatter the intuitive notion of a linear timeline and opened a Pandora's box of paradoxes and possibilities. One such paradox, the infamous grandfather paradox, asks, what happens if you travel back in time and prevent your own existence by altering past events? Would you cease to exist, or would the universe find a way to preserve its consistency? This question alone has sparked decades of debate, inspiring new theories such as the multiverse or many worlds interpretation, where every choice creates diverging realities. The puzzle is not just about science. It touches on the philosophy of determinism and free will, questioning whether the future is fixed or fluid. To ground these ideas, imagine a tale of a time traveler who ventures to a pivotal moment in history, a chance to prevent a catastrophe or to ignite a revolution. What unseen consequences ripple through time as a result? Could a small change in the past cascade into a radically different present, or does the timeline resist tampering, self-correcting like an invisible cosmic safeguard? These questions highlight the intricate dance between possibility and consequence, emphasizing that time travel is not only a matter of moving through moments, but grappling with the complex interplay of cause and effect. But the story of time travel does not end with paradoxes. It intertwines with the fabric of modern physics in surprising ways. The theory of relativity reveals that time itself is relative, dependent on speed and gravity. Astronauts orbiting Earth age slightly slower than those on the surface, a real-world manifestation of time dilation. This phenomenon, albeit tiny on human scales, hints at the possibility that altered time experiences might be achievable under extreme conditions, such as near black holes or at velocities approaching the speed of light. The allure of time travel also permeates culture and imagination, reflected in countless stories, films, and theoretical explorations. Characters leap across centuries, eras blend and collide, and the human desire to transcend temporal limitations is etched into our collective consciousness. These narratives do more than entertain. They serve as thought experiments, allowing us to grapple with the implications of altering timelines and confronting the ethical dilemmas such powers would entail. Behind these stories lies a profound fascination with the nature of time itself, how it governs life and death, memory and anticipation, growth and decay. Time is the silent stage on which every existence unfolds, yet it remains one of the least understood dimensions. Despite its omnipresence, time resists simple definition, eluding definitive measurement beyond the ticking of clocks. Its essence is woven with mysteries that challenge our understanding and beckon us toward deeper inquiry. Consider the philosophical implications. If time travel were possible, what would it mean for identity and continuity? Would a person who journeys to the past and alters key events remain the same individual? How would memories and experiences shape in a reality where causality is mutable? These questions reach beyond physics into the spheres of psychology, ethics, and metaphysics, underscoring the profound impact that mastery over time could wield. This journey into time travel is not simply about imagining the impossible, but about exploring the boundaries of knowledge, pushing the limits of science, and expanding the horizons of human thought. It invites us to reconsider what we accept as real, to question the unassailable flow of time, and to dream of a universe where yesterday and tomorrow coexist alongside today. As we delve deeper, we will uncover the pioneering theories that suggest mechanisms for time travel, from wormholes that bridge distant points in spacetime, to the intriguing properties of cosmic strings and rotating black holes. We will explore the rigorous scientific debates that weigh the feasibility of such phenomena against the constraints of known physics. And we will confront the paradoxes and puzzles that emerge, revealing time travel as a domain where science and philosophy converge in a delicate and thrilling dance. In embarking on this exploration, we join the ranks of visionaries and skeptics alike, those who dare to ask what lies beyond the relentless ticking of the clock. Time travel challenges us to rethink the narrative of existence, to imagine a reality richer and more complex than our linear perspective suggests. It is a concept that embodies the restless human spirit, the urge to transcend limits, and the unending quest for understanding. This odyssey will not yield simple answers, but will open avenues for wonder, debate, and discovery. Together, we will navigate the shadowy corridors of the past and the uncharted realms of the future, tracing the contours of time itself. The questions before us are as vast as time, and the quest to unravel them is one of the most profound adventures science and imagination can offer. At the heart of the enigma lies the very structure of space-time, a dynamic arena where space and time are intertwined in an intricate cosmic dance. Einstein's theory of general relativity revolutionized our understanding by revealing that gravity is not merely a force acting at a distance, but a curvature of spacetime itself, molded by the presence of mass and energy. This curvature can create unusual geometric configurations, some of which, theoretically, could enable shortcuts through time and space. These shortcuts, often referred to as wormholes or Einstein-Rosen bridges, offer speculative gateways that might, under the right circumstances, connect disparate points in spacetime, potentially allowing for travel not only across vast spatial distances, but also through different epochs. Wormholes are not just figments of science fiction. They emerge as valid solutions in Einstein's field equations. Yet, their stability poses a monumental challenge. To keep a wormhole open long enough for traversal, exotic matter with negative energy density would be required. Such matter has not been observed in usable quantities, and whether it can exist in a form that sustains a traversable wormhole remains an open question. The theoretical speculation about exotic matter connects deeply to quantum field theory, where phenomena like the Casimir effect hint at negative energy densities at microscopic scales. Whether this quantum subtlety could be harnessed to stabilize macroscopic wormholes is a question still beyond our experimental reach. Beyond wormholes, other exotic spacetime configurations have been proposed to allow time travel. The rotating black hole, described by the Kerr metric, presents a more complex structure than its non-rotating counterpart, the Schwarzschild black hole. Inside a Kerr black hole lies a ring-shaped singularity and regions known as the ergosphere, where spacetime itself is dragged around at speeds approaching that of light. Some researchers have suggested that these features could, in principle, permit travel along closed time-like curves, enabling a journey back to earlier moments in time. However, the practicalities are daunting. The intense gravitational forces, radiation, and the mysterious nature of singularities render such travel exceedingly hazardous and speculative. Similarly, cosmic strings, hypothetical one-dimensional defects in spacetime thought to be remnants from the early universe, have been proposed as potential conduits for time travel. If two such strings passed close enough to each other at high velocities, Their combined gravitational effects could distort spacetime sufficiently to create closed time-like curves. These ideas connect cosmology to the tantalizing notion of temporal navigation, yet cosmic strings remain theoretical constructs without direct observational evidence. The possibility of time travel raises not only physical, but also logical paradoxes that have captivated thinkers for decades. The grandfather paradox remains the archetypal dilemma. If you traveled back in time and prevented your grandfather from meeting your grandmother, would you negate your own existence? This paradox challenges the consistency of causal sequences and suggests that either the past cannot be changed, or that changes create branching timelines or parallel universes where divergent histories unfold independently. To resolve such paradoxes, alternative models have been proposed. The Novikov self-consistency principle posits that any events occurring on a closed time-like curve must be self-consistent. That is, actions taken by a time traveler in the past were always part of history and cannot alter the consistency of events. This view preserves causality by forbidding any actions that would create contradictions, effectively eliminating paradoxes by constraining free will within the timeline. Another response is the many worlds or multiverse interpretation, which embraces the idea that each possible outcome of a decision or event spawns a new, branching universe. Under this framework, traveling back in time and altering an event would not change the traveler's original history, but would instead birth a parallel timeline where the alteration is realized. This hypothesis expands the notion of time travel from a simple movement through a single timeline to navigation among an infinite array of potential realities. These conceptual frameworks illustrate how time travel pushes the boundaries of our understanding, intertwining physics with metaphysics and epistemology. They raise profound questions about the nature of reality itself. Is the universe deterministic or probabilistic? Does free will truly exist if all events are predetermined by past causes? Can the future influence the past, or is the arrow of time inviolable? Such inquiries are not confined to theoretical musings, but have practical implications in the development of new technologies and the interpretation of physical laws. For instance, understanding and harnessing principles related to time could revolutionize computing, communication, and even our perception of life and consciousness. Quantum computing already leverages principles of superposition and entanglement, phenomena deeply connected to the weirdness of temporal and causal relationships on the quantum scale. Moreover, exploring the properties of time travel may impact our grasp of entropy and the second law of thermodynamics, which underpins the irreversible flow of time from order to disorder. If time loops or backward travel were possible, how would this affect the universal increase of entropy? Would such processes violate thermodynamic laws, or would new principles emerge to govern these extraordinary circumstances? Philosophically, time travel challenges our notions of memory, identity, and experience. If a traveler alters past events, how does this shape their personal narrative? Are memories fixed points, or are they as mutable as the events they recall? This leads to fascinating considerations about consciousness. Can it exist simultaneously in multiple timelines or states? Could time travel theoretically allow a person to confront different versions of themselves, each shaped by divergent histories? Culturally, time travel motifs reflect humanity's existential anxieties and hopes. They echo desires to correct mistakes, to understand the origins of existence, and to foresee the consequences of actions. These stories often serve as allegories for growth, regret, and the complex interplay of fate and choice. In literature and film, time travel narratives explore ethical dilemmas. Should one intervene in history if it risks unintended consequences? Do future generations have the right to be altered by past interventions? In scientific practice, current experimental approaches do not permit the manipulation of time on macroscopic scales, but advances in particle physics and cosmology continue to probe the fundamental nature of time. Experiments involving precision atomic clocks, particle accelerators, and astrophysical observations push the limits of how time is measured and understood. Emerging theories such as loop quantum gravity and string theory propose frameworks where time emerges from more fundamental phenomena, suggesting that our classical intuition about time is but an emergent property of deeper underlying realities. In the grand tapestry of reality, time travel represents both a challenge and an inspiration, a testament to human curiosity and the relentless pursuit of knowledge. It asks us to transcend the boundaries of perception and to envision possibilities far beyond the constraints of the present moment. Whether or not time travel will ever become more than a theoretical construct or a narrative device, its study illuminates the profound and beautiful intricacies of time, space, and existence itself. In the annals of human curiosity, few concepts have captured the imagination quite like time travel. Its origins are not so much a singular moment as a tapestry of legends, inklings, and whispered ideas across cultures and centuries. Yet, for the sake of narrative, let us begin as all discoveries do, with a spark, a question, a shiver in the air that hints at something beyond the ordinary flow of days. Picture a windswept evening in the waning years of the 19th century. The scene is a cramped study in Cambridge, its walls lined with books swollen from the damp, its air heavy with the scent of paraffin and old paper. Here sits a young man named Herbert, his fingers stained with ink, his mind restless from the day's lectures. The fire burns low, casting shadows that flicker in rhythm with the howling wind outside. Herbert's gaze lingers on the clock upon his desk, a wedding gift to his parents, its pendulum swinging in tireless, measured arcs. Something about its relentless motion unsettles him. Time, he muses, is so much more than the ticking of gears. It is an invisible current dragging all things forward, indifferent to the cries of humanity. As the wind rattles the window panes, Herbert's thoughts drift to an ancient tale he once heard, one about a monk who, lost in prayer beneath a blossoming cherry tree, rises to find the world around him changed, his friends gone, his city but a memory. Could it be, Herbert wonders aloud, that time is not a river, but an ocean, vast, mysterious, and full of eddies where a man might lose himself and return to find nothing as he left it? He opens his journal, and with trembling excitement, writes the first lines of what will become the earliest modern vision of a time machine. Such moments are seldom recognized for their significance at the time. Herbert George Wells, who would later be immortalized as H. G. Wells, cannot know that his feverish midnight scribblings will ignite not only the literary world, but also the scientific imagination. His vision is both a story and a seed, a provocation that will echo from the cluttered desks of amateur tinkerers to the blackboards of theoretical physicists. In those early days, the pursuit of time travel, even as an idea, faced daunting material constraints. There were no sophisticated laboratories, no vast grants from governments or philanthropists. The would-be explorers of time worked alone, in attic rooms and freezing cellars, often by candlelight. Their instruments were more often notebooks and battered typewriters than the gleaming apparatus of modern science. The greatest currency was not gold, but conviction, the ability to hold an impossible idea in the mind against the drag of skepticism and ridicule. Society in the turn of the century West offered scant support for such extravagant notions. The world still reeled from wars and depressions. Everyday people were, for the most part, preoccupied with the immediate, the price of bread, the biting cold, the politics of the day. To contemplate slipping the bonds of the present seemed an indulgence at best, madness at worst. Families whispered about sons who had lost themselves to books. Professors smiled politely at lectures on the fourth dimension, but withheld their endorsements. Yet the allure of time's secrets proved irresistible for a select few. They pressed on, working as day laborers or schoolteachers to support their obsessions, trading comfort for the uncertain promise of insight. Even as the world ignored their efforts, time's pioneers found camaraderie in unlikely places. Letters crossed oceans to connect American dreamers with European skeptics, and sometimes across even greater chasms to the East, where tales of time's mysteries had a different flavor, older and more mystical. Here, in dimly lit tea-houses or beneath the eaves of ancient temples, scholars debated the cyclical nature of existence, the great wheel of samsara, the mysterious practice of entering deep meditation to touch another era. There was no talk of machines. The method was spiritual, experiential, sometimes accidental. Yet the yearning was the same, to escape the tyranny of the now. Among those who labored in obscurity, a few stand out, not for their fame, but for the quiet force of their determination. One such figure is Émilie, a French mathematician's daughter who, in the depth of winter, would rise before dawn to study the shifting shadows cast by a grandfather clock. In her diary she writes, "I have heard it said that time waits for no one. But what if I were to wait for time instead? What would I see? What would I become?" Emilie's calculations, scribbled in the margins of old calendars and receipts, speak of folds and loops in the fabric of days. A scrap of her correspondence with a reclusive physicist in Geneva survives. "If the world is but a manifold, why must our journey through it be so straight?" she inquires. There is no record that her ideas ever reached the public, but in the quiet persistence of her questions, Émilie becomes a kind of muse, a silent companion to all future seekers. Another shadowy influence emerges from the tangled archives of pre-war Japan. The story goes that an itinerant scholar known only as Sensei Taro wandered the villages of Honshu, gathering myths and fragments of lost knowledge. He taught children to listen for the silence between seconds, insisting that in this fleeting interval, all histories dwell and any future may be glimpsed. Decades later, A battered notebook attributed to Taro is discovered in a Kyoto library, its pages filled with enigmatic diagrams and poems about stepping sideways through years as one crosses a stream. Taro's teachings never make the newspapers, but they find their way into the dreams of physicists and philosophers from Tokyo to London. As East and West pursued their fascinations, each brought a distinct sensibility to the mystery of time. In Europe, and soon America, time travel was framed as a mechanical puzzle, a problem for engineers and inventors. It was the age of gears, of locomotives and telegraphs. Surely, the right arrangement of brass and electricity might open a portal to yesterday or tomorrow. Drawings of fantastical devices circulated in the pages of pulp magazines, each more elaborate than the last. Chairs surrounded by spirals of copper glass spheres humming with barely contained power, mirrors that reflected not the present but long-vanished scenes. The Western approach was direct, physical, impatient for results. Meanwhile, the East offered a more contemplative vision. Ancient India's Puranic scriptures spoke of sages who could move backward and forward in time as a bird flits from branch to branch. Chinese legends told of the Yellow Emperor's sojourns to the timeless pavilion, where all futures lay open. To these traditions, time was not so much a corridor as a garden, wild, branching, and recursive. The method was less a matter of invention than of alignment, harmonizing the self with the cosmic order, attuning the mind to the subtle rhythms that governed birth, decay, and rebirth. It was a difference not only of means but of ends. For the Western mind, time travel was conquest; for the Eastern, a reconciliation. Even as these rivers flowed apart, they sometimes converged in unexpected places. In the 1920s, a Russian immigrant named Elena, steeped in both Western science and Eastern mysticism, staged clandestine meetings in Parisian cafes, where she sketched out her vision of a temporal resonance device. She insisted that a circuit must be closed not only in space but in awareness. Her notes, later dismissed as esoteric ramblings, contained hints of concepts that would resurface decades later in quantum theory. Elena's existence is attested only by a handful of surviving letters, each signed with a spiral and a single word: Vremya, time. For all their differences, both approaches shared a common challenge: the world's indifference and sometimes its hostility. The search for time's secrets was not a gentle calling. Equipment was scarce and improvised, old phonographs rigged to measure the music of the spheres, wires strung across rooftops to catch faint surges in the ether. The first experiments were often failures, yielding only silence or the hum of background static. At times, the pressure to produce results led to bitter disputes. Professors denounced their rivals in scathing editorials. Students were forced to choose sides. The very idea of manipulating time was, for many, anathema, a violation of natural law, an affront to God or the ancestors. Those who persisted did so at the risk of reputation, livelihood, even freedom. Into this maelstrom stepped a handful of figures whose contributions, though little known, changed the trajectory of the quest. Consider Walter, a German clockmaker's apprentice who lost his hand in a factory accident but gained a lifelong obsession with recovering lost hours. Walter's daunting physical challenges did not deter him. With the aid of a single remaining thumb and a mouthful of pins, he built a strange device, part metronome, part abacus, which he claimed could measure the thickness of a minute. In a letter to his sister, discovered only after his death, Walter wrote, "There are days, my dear, when time seems to thin and quiver like ice before the thaw. These are the moments I wait for. Perhaps I shall slip through." His contraption was never displayed in any museum, but it has survived in family attics, a curio passed from hand to hand, its dial frozen at 5 minutes past midnight. It was not always the inventors who made the difference, but those who chronicled their efforts. The first major public notice of the time travel question came not from the scientific journals but from the tabloid press. In the spring of 1935, an editor at the Illustrated London News received an envelope containing a faded photograph. A crowd gathered in 1912, but among them, a man in unmistakably modern attire, peering intently at a wristwatch. The accompanying letter, unsigned, claimed the man had come from the future to warn of coming disaster. The story ignited a brief frenzy, spawning both imitators and debunkers. "If a traveler from tomorrow walks among us," quipped a columnist with more wit than credulity, "let him please bring us next week's lottery numbers." The tone was mocking, but the public was beguiled. Letters flooded in, some scoffing, others swearing to have seen windows open to other centuries. Meanwhile, in a dusty office at the University of Prague, Professor Radek prepared the first peer-reviewed paper to suggest that Einstein's newly unveiled general relativity might allow, under certain extreme conditions, for paths through spacetime that return to their origin. His findings, dense and mathematically abstruse, failed to capture headlines but did not go wholly unnoticed. In a congratulatory note preserved in the university archives, a young physicist named Gödel mused, "Perhaps, dear Radek, the past is not as safe from us as we have hoped." Radek's work would eventually be cited by those seeking the theoretical foundations for more substantive investigations. The tension between skepticism and belief reached a fever pitch as the world staggered into war. Laboratories were commandeered for the development of weapons. Funding for frivolous research vanished overnight. Yet even in the darkest hours, rumors persisted. In occupied Paris, it was whispered that a secret society of mathematicians continued their calculations in candlelit basements, determined to slip the bonds of time before their world was swept away. One night, as the sirens wailed overhead, a young woman named Myriel scribbled a frantic entry in her journal. "Tonight I saw the clock hands move backward. Only a minute, perhaps, but I could swear the air was different, heavier, full of possibility." Her notebook, later smuggled to London, became a talisman among Allied scientists, a symbol of hope that even the most unyielding forces might be bent. After the war, as the world rebuilt itself, the idea of time travel found new life. No longer dismissed as quaint fantasy, it became a legitimate avenue of inquiry, albeit one fraught with political and personal risk. The Soviets, hearing rumors of temporal experiments in the West, diverted resources to their own programs. In the United States, stories abounded of secret government projects, Project Kronos, Operation Hourglass, though evidence remains tantalizingly elusive. A 1952 memo from a Pentagon scientist, declassified only decades later, reads, "If time may be traversed, so too may history be rewritten. The implications for national security are staggering. Whether any such experiments ever bore fruit remains a matter of speculation. The exchange of knowledge was hampered by suspicion and secrecy." Academics on both sides of the Iron Curtain jealously guarded their findings, going so far as to encode papers or transmit them via trusted couriers. In one notorious incident, a British physicist named Charles was accused of attempting to purchase Soviet research with a suitcase full of rare manuscripts. The resulting scandal made headlines from Moscow to Manchester, casting a long shadow over the fledgling science. Yet for all the intrigue, most inquiries were modest affairs. Blacked-out windows in university basements, photographs that seemed to show impossible juxtapositions, a steam locomotive parked beside a Roman column, a modern aircraft shimmering at the edge of a medieval battlefield. Yet the most dramatic leap forward came not from men in white coats, but from a solitary thinker, working in the obscurity of a cluttered apartment. It was 1965, and the world was caught between the optimism of the space age and the terror of the bomb. In this moment of contradiction, a Hungarian mathematician named Anna made a discovery that would forever alter the landscape. Sitting at her kitchen table, Anna pored over equations that described the curvature of spacetime, not as a gentle swell but as a storm-tossed sea, full of eddies and whirlpools. For weeks she hovered at the edge of understanding, her dreams haunted by visions of time folding back upon itself. On a rainy afternoon, as lightning crackled outside her window, Anna's pencil flew across the page. There it was, a solution to Einstein's equations that described a loop, a path that, with the right initial conditions, would return a traveler to their point of departure, not just in space but in time. Anna's heart pounded. The world outside seemed to recede. Later, she would recall that moment in a letter to a colleague. It was as if the air itself had changed. The clock on the wall ticked, but each beat sounded like a drum announcing the birth of a new world. Her hands trembled as she wrote, her joy almost unbearable. At last, the theoretical possibility of time travel was more than a literary conceit. It was a mathematical reality. The first tangible evidence was humble, a stack of dog-eared notebooks, their yellowed pages crowded with equations and sketches. One page stands out, a crude diagram of a closed time-like curve, marked with arrows and tiny stick figures representing observers. Anna's journals, now preserved in a Budapest museum, are pored over by generations of students, each tracing the path of her thought as if it were a treasure map. There are also photographs. One in particular shows Anna at her desk, cheeks flushed, eyes bright with exhaustion and triumph, a single sheet clutched in her hand as if daring the world to believe her. It was not long before the world took notice. The first news of Anna's discovery appeared in a German-language science weekly, accompanied by a cartoon of a scientist emerging from a swirling vortex, umbrella in hand. "Will tomorrow's physicists commute to the past?" the headline teased. Soon, more serious journals picked up the story. The Times of London ran a wry editorial. "If time may be traversed in loops, perhaps the Parliament might send its least beloved members back to the primeval swamp." Letters to the editor alternated between awe and alarm. One reader insisted that the meddling with time will be the doom of us all, while another wondered if lost socks might at last be retrieved from the temporal abyss. In the years that followed, the debate spilled from ivory towers to coffee houses, dinner tables, and magazine stands. Professors lectured to overflow crowds, their slides festooned with spirals and Möbius strips. Journalists scrambled for interviews, sometimes distorting the nuances in their rush for headlines. "Time is a spiral staircase," declared a Parisian columnist, "and we have at last found the banister." Not all commentary was so reverent. The New Yorker published a cartoon showing a befuddled Einstein consulting a calendar that read, simply, "Yesterday, tomorrow." The public, for its part, was enchanted. Children built time machines from cardboard boxes. Pensioners gathered in parks to debate the paradoxes over chessboards. Politics and power, as ever, lurked in the background. Academic rivalries hardened into national ambitions. In the 1970s, an American think tank was accused of poaching a Soviet researcher whose work on rotating universes had raised eyebrows in the intelligence community. Lawsuits and counterclaims followed, each side accusing the other of intellectual theft. In one particularly dramatic episode, a Russian scientist named Mikhail was detained at a border crossing, his suitcase stuffed with fragmentary equations and a single gold pocket watch, believed, authorities said, to be a prototype of some device. Mikhail's fate remains unknown, but his disappearance lent the affair an air of tragic mystery. Meanwhile, the torchbearers of earlier generations watched as their quiet passion became a subject of global fascination. At an international symposium in Geneva, a procession of dignitaries shuffled past a display case holding Anna's original notebook, pausing to marvel at the neatness of her hand and the audacity of her imagination. Cameras flashed as a visiting physicist from India placed a garland of jasmine beside the glass, honoring both the scientist and the centuries-old Eastern dream of temporal transcendence. One attendee, in a letter home, described the moment. "It was as if the room itself had warped, 1,000 years of hopes and fears pressed together in a single breath." The speed with which ideas now traveled was astonishing. Where once correspondence took weeks to cross continents, now radio, television, and the nascent internet could beam discoveries around the globe in hours. Conferences that might have drawn a handful of eccentrics now filled stadiums. A single grainy photograph, Anna's trembling hand, poised above her equations, was reprinted in newspapers from Buenos Aires to Beijing. Yet, for all the rapid transmission, some stories still moved at the pace of rumor and legend. A tale told by an elderly physicist in a Kyoto bar, a fragment of a diary uncovered in an attic outside Warsaw. The dual engines of technology and human imagination ensured that the myth of time travel would never be confined to any single place or era. If one were to seek the legacy of this great quest, it would not be found in grand monuments or medals, but in the quiet persistence of memory. In the glass case at the Budapest Museum, Anna's notebook lies open to the page that first described the closed time-like curve. Over the years, fingerprints have smudged the corner. Students, tourists, and dreamers alike pressed close to glimpse the birth of an idea. To one side sits Walter's strange metronome, its dial unmoved, a silent testament to hope and tenacity. In a drawer below, carefully preserved, is a letter from Sensei Taro. Time is beneath the grand chandelier of the old Astronomical Society's auditorium. The air hums with an energy rarely found outside the moments before discovery. Warm golden lamps cast their glow onto mahogany paneling and rows of velvet seats, filled now with an expectant audience. They have gathered from every corner of the globe: physicists, philosophers, engineers, artists, even the occasional skeptic whose eyes betray hope despite their words. In the front row, notebooks are already open, pens poised. At the center of the stage, under a haze of anticipation, stands Professor August Armand. Slim, his hair a shock of white, Professor Armand waits as the crowd settles. His is the quiet calm of one who has stood, night after night, along the edges of the unknown. Tonight, he will speak for the first time on the alpha hypothesis, a theory that has been whispered about in labs and coffee houses for months, its origins as curiously serendipitous as the phenomenon it hopes to explain. He begins not with equations, but with a memory. It was the winter of 1978. The lab was silent, save for the soft humming of the magnetometer. Snow had buried the city outside, muffling every sound except the rattle of my own fingers on the desk. The audience leans in. I remember staring at the display, watching numbers flicker, the same dull rhythm for hours. But then at 2:44 a.m. came something impossible, a measurement that didn't belong, a pulse where there should have been none. I thought it a fault, a short perhaps, or a trick of fatigue. But the data repeated, always at intervals that mapped, to my astonishment, onto the theoretical signature of a closed time-like curve. The next days passed in a blur, sleepless and feverish. Armand pored over printouts, recalibrated instruments, triple-checked every variable. The anomaly persisted. In his notebooks, now faded and dog-eared, he recorded each observation, meticulously annotated, sometimes with exclamation marks in the margins. He wrote to colleagues at institutions from Oslo to Kyoto. "Have you ever seen a signal like this?" Some replied with polite skepticism, others with outright dismissal. But one, Dr. Vera Lindholm of Sweden, sent back a cable simply reading, "Repeat the experiment, try with different isotopes." Armand did as instructed. The pulse returned, unaffected by material or temperature. The implications began to crystallize. What if in the structure of spacetime itself there existed stable regions, loops, as yet undetected, where the future curved back into the past? His first paper, titled "On the Possibility of Natural Chronotopological Structures in Spacetime," was rejected by 4 journals before, finally, the prestigious Annals of Physical Reality accepted it. The publication triggered a storm, heated debates in faculty lounges, impassioned rebuttals in rival journals, and a private warning from a senior editor: "If your error bars are wrong, your career is over." But Armand's experimental rigor withstood the storm. The alpha hypothesis, as it came to be called, posited the existence of naturally occurring, stable closed time-like curves, regions in the universe where microscopic timelines bent back upon themselves. If the hypothesis held, time travel, at least in the strictest sense, was not just possible but inevitable, given the right conditions. The auditorium, now silent, seems suspended between disbelief and wonder as Professor Armand concludes. If the fabric of time folds in on itself, then our journey is not a straight road, but a path through a forest full of hidden clearings and meandering streams. As applause ripples through the room, the lights dim for the next speaker, a subtle but deliberate shift. Where Professor Armand was precise and sparing, Dr. Benedetto Marini is frenetic, even chaotic. His reputation precedes him. The Italian physicist who transformed a crumbling seaside villa into a laboratory, whose working hours stretch from dusk until the gulls wheel over the Mediterranean at dawn. The beta hypothesis, his counterpoint to Armand's vision, was forged not in solitude but in the cacophony of trial and error, amidst the clang of makeshift apparatuses and the scratch of graphite across endless reams of graph paper. Dr. Marini clears his throat, a sound at once theatrical and self-effacing. My friends, let me take you to Via del Mare, June 1993. My laboratory was little more than an attic with a leaking roof. The floorboards creaked, and sometimes the wind carried in the scent of the sea and a hint of salt on my papers. He gestures behind him, where images of his workspace flicker, desks buried under blueprints and data sheets, an ancient orrery spinning ceaselessly in the corner. For months, we tried to induce time asymmetry in simple chemical systems. The numbers were stubborn, always within noise, always uncertain. But then, he mimics the motion, a quick hammering with a jeweler's mallet on a battered copper coil, the kind used in mid-century radio sets. A resonance, the tiniest blip on the spectrometer, at first so faint that my assistant, Lucia, dismissed it as local interference from passing trams. They recalibrated, repeating the experiment under a leaden sky, and again found the anomaly, this time synced with data from a weather satellite passing overhead. The breakthrough came in a moment of exhaustion. Lucia, cross-referencing the patterns with geomagnetic activity, called out, "Benny, what if this is a local effect, if the Earth's field is the key?" Working feverishly, they began to combine the satellite's readings with time dilation measurements from atomic clocks in the lab. The numbers converged. "We realized we were not seeing loops in time," Marini declares, "but rather elastic zones, places where spacetime stretched and contracted in response to gravitational and electromagnetic flux. Not time travel as a journey into the past, but as a dance, a shifting of the pace at which time flows." He recites a passage from his seminal article, published in Il Nuovo Cemento. "We observe the potential for localized temporal elasticity, modulated by environmental fields. The phenomenon, though subtle, implies that time is not an arrow but an accordion, capable of compression and expansion." The room murmurs with excitement, yet the beta hypothesis would not go unchallenged. Within days of publication, letters flooded in, some thrilled, others scathing. "Elastic time is a fantasy," wrote a renowned American physicist, "or worse, an artifact of measurement error." The debate reached its zenith at a packed seminar in Milan, where Marini faced a barrage of questions about calibration, replicability theory. With a mix of bravado and humility, he defended his data, wielding logic and wit in equal measure. The controversy spilled onto the pages of Nature, where rival teams alternated between skepticism and reluctant admiration. "If Marini is right," one editorial concluded, "then time is less a river than an ocean tide, forever ebbing and flowing beyond our power to command." As the echoes of their debate fade, the focus shifts again, this time to an enclave where the boundaries between disciplines dissolve into mist. In the heart of a decommissioned railway station, repurposed as a gallery, artists and scientists gather around tables strewn with sketches, old brass compasses, and cups of fragrant tea. Here, among the peeling posters of arrivals and departures, the Gamma hypothesis takes shape, a theory at once audacious and enigmatic. The group behind Gamma is an odd and brilliant constellation, physicists moonlighting as poets, philosophers dabbling in neural networks, artists with more equations than pigment on their palettes. Their leader is Myra, a sculptor-turned-physicist known for her habit of painting equations onto canvas and inviting mathematicians to solve the art. It is at one of these exhibitions that the Gamma hypothesis is first unveiled, not as a doctrine but as a question. What if time is fundamentally not continuous, but quantized, stitched together from discrete packets, much like the pixels of a digital image or the brushstrokes on a canvas? The main hall is arrayed with their work, looming panels, each painted to suggest the fabric of spacetime, but when viewed up close, fractured into geometric nodes, each one a chronon, a theoretical unit of time. Between installations, clusters of scientists argue, some skeptical, others entranced. At a table beneath a mural of swirling clocks, Myra explains to a philosopher from Berlin how this quantization could, in principle, allow jumps across the boundaries between moments, a form of time travel not through duration, but through quantum transitions. A computer simulation, abstract and mesmerizing, forms the exhibition's centerpiece. On the screen, an artificial intelligence trained on the rules of quantum gravity navigates a landscape of chronons, sometimes leaping from one to another, bypassing what appears to be the insurmountable flow of time. We didn't expect much, Myra reflects, but the AI found shortcuts, paths invisible to any classical algorithm. The result is startling. Simulated particles that appear to jump backwards or forwards in time, at least within the rules of the model. The effect in the room is electric. A noted critic, after hours spent among the works, confides to a journalist, "This is the turning point, the moment when the impossible becomes conceivable, when time fractures into possibility." The Gamma hypothesis spreads through the community, controversial and alluring. Is it science, art, or something in between? The computer models, published as temporal discretization and emergent chronon jumps, an artistic simulation, are dismissed by some as mere curiosities, but others begin to wonder if the universe itself might be a grand installation, with time's continuity and illusion masking a hidden, pixelated truth. Outside, rain patters against the old station's windows as the group debates late into the night. Physicists argue for mathematical elegance, artists for beauty, philosophers for meaning. Somewhere in the chaos, a new idea is born. Could the universe's deepest secrets be revealed not in equations, but in the patterns and breaks between them? The Gamma hypothesis remains unproven, but its challenge is clear. A dare to look for time not in the flow, but in the spark between ticks. But the world of hypotheses is as vast as it is contentious, and soon a new voice rises in dissent. Far from the seminar rooms and city galleries, in the cold quiet of interplanetary space, a crude probe orbits a lonely moon. The delta hypothesis does not emerge from theory or simulation, but from the cold, hard numbers of cosmic observation. It is Commander Celeste Chandra who brings the story to life. Aboard the research vessel Odysseus, millions of miles from Earth. She and her team spend months cataloging the gravitational and electromagnetic peculiarities around a newly discovered exoplanet. Their mission: to test at the edge of known physics the predictions of Armand, Marini, and Myra. Instruments, shielded from cosmic rays and solar winds, collect data of unprecedented precision. Each night, Celeste uploads diagnostics, her heartbeat echoing in her earpiece as she reviews the results. The breakthrough, when it comes, is as unassuming as it is seismic. A string of numbers, time-stamped energy readings, shows a tiny but unmistakable deviation, inconsistent with any previous model. I remember staring at the display, Celeste recalls in her log, wondering if we were seeing the thumbprint of something truly new. The data are checked, cross-checked, then sent in encrypted packets to Earth. In the floating lab, the tension is palpable. Each variable is scrutinized, each error margin recalculated. When the final analysis is complete, the result is both exhilarating and deeply confounding. In a long, sleepless session, the team plots the data against the alpha, beta, and gamma predictions. The numbers match none perfectly. Instead, they seem to oscillate, sometimes aligning with Armand's closed loops, sometimes with Marina's elastic fluctuations, and occasionally hinting at the discrete jumps of Myra's model. The uncertainty is maddening. There are traces of all three, Celeste writes to Mission Control, but none can claim victory. It's as if the universe is playing at all the games at once. The results are published in a hastily written but meticulously detailed report. Observational constraints on nonlinear temporal anomalies near TRAPPIST-1F. Delta's challenge is clear. Each theory is supported, and yet each undermined. There are signatures of time's malleability, but no single hypothesis can account for the complexity observed. The scientific world reels. Letters pour in, some heralding the end of paradigms, others dismissing the findings as an artifact of cosmic interference. But the Delta team stands by their work, their data a gauntlet thrown down at the feet of a century's speculation. As news of the Odysseus findings filters through the community, a restless energy is unleashed. It finds its home in a generation less attached to dogma, more willing to stake everything on synthesis and collaboration. In a sunlit co-working space overlooking a city square, a cohort of young researchers, coders, and amateur scientists gathers around a dozen glowing screens. Their project, codenamed Chronomesh, is something never before attempted, a crowd-sourced global effort to pool every scrap of data, every simulation, every field report on temporal anomalies into a single, living hypothesis. Each day, new results are uploaded. Microgravity experiments from Berlin, quantum clock synchronizations from Sydney, high-energy simulations from Cape Town. Researchers debate on live streams and message boards, their arguments sometimes fierce, often playful. A group in Sao Paulo develops a visualization tool, an interactive map where users can trace the tensions between hypotheses, watch as certainties waver, alliances form and dissolve. In the evenings, the Chronomesh team hosts public demos, colored threads of data snaking across digital displays, coalescing, splitting, merging. Each demo draws a crowd, students, retirees, journalists, all swept up in the spectacle of discovery. Frustrations abound, data sets that refuse to reconcile, simulations that collapse, accusations of bias and error. But the momentum is unstoppable. new patterns emerge. Hybrid signatures in clock experiments that echo both Armand's loops and Myra's quantum jumps. Satellite readings that bend, ever so slightly, towards Marina's time elasticity. A sense grows among the team that they are on the verge of something unprecedented, not a synthesis of the old theories, but an entirely new vision, born from the friction of their contradictions. The world watches as the first draft of the unified temporal dynamics framework is announced. The scientific press responds with a mix of awe and skepticism. Editorials muse that we may be witnessing the birth of a new physics, or merely the flowering of 10,000 well-intentioned mistakes. Senior scholars line up to endorse or denounce. At the Chronomesh launch event, a young mathematician, glasses askew and voice trembling with exhaustion and excitement, describes the goal: to map not just the laws of time, but the possibility space of time itself. To let data, not preconceptions, chart the territory. As the session draws to a close, the auditorium is hushed, the golden light lingering on faces full of questions. The theories remain in tension, each vivid, each flawed, each a world unto itself. There are no final answers, only the sense that the journey has just begun. In the shadows of the past, in the glow of simulation and the cold fire of interstellar data, the mystery of time travel persists, more enigmatic, more alive than ever. The evening ends, the participants adrift in a sea of unresolved possibility, the promise of discovery humming in the air, as if the next moment or the last might at any instant turn back upon itself and begin again. The impact of a concept as elusive as time travel on the fabric of daily life might seem, at first glance, the purview of science fiction and speculative philosophy, a mesmerizing mirage on the horizon of possibility, ever receding as we approach. Yet the very consideration of time's malleability, the relentless intellectual chase after its secrets, has seeded a legacy of practical innovation, subtle transformation, and cultural reimagining across disciplines. The history of human progress is, in many respects, the ongoing attempt to tame time, to measure it, extend it, preserve it, or even, in the faintest glimmer, to reverse or redirect its flow. The pursuit of time travel, whether literal or metaphorical, has catalyzed revolutions in technology, reshaped scientific paradigms, and offered surprising, sometimes serendipitous, advances that spill far beyond the laboratory. It begins, as such stories do, with a singular vision. Picture a gray, drizzly morning in the outskirts of Geneva in 2042. The world's first practical chronorecorder is being introduced to the public, a device that, while not transporting its user backward through time, allows for the perfect playback and immersive re-experience of any moment from an individual's recorded life. The invention, part neural interface, part quantum storage array, grew from decades of research into memory, relativity-inspired time dilation, and breakthroughs in quantum information theory. At its core is a kernel of time travel, not the body, but the mind, permitted to traverse the personal continuum of experience. The journey from inspiration to implementation is told best by the device's pioneer, Dr. Lena Volkov, whose childhood fascination with her grandmother's tales of vanished loves and lost cities seeded a lifelong obsession with the preservation of memory. Lena's early research was focused on the neural mechanics of memory consolidation, but a late-night conversation with a visiting physicist who mused, half in jest, about wiring brains to the space-time continuum sparked an idea. What if the moments of a life could be indexed as precisely as coordinates on a map? What if, rather than being at the mercy of fading synapses, one could journey back, re-embody a moment, and, in a sense, rewrite the accessibility of the past? Years of iterative experimentation followed. Early attempts were crude, lab rats navigating mazes while their neuronal activity was mapped in real time, AI models trained to reconstruct past events from partial data. The true breakthrough came not in a pristine corporate research park, but in the basement of a repurposed textile mill, where Lena and her team, short on funding but high on conviction, developed a method of encoding temporal signatures from neural activity into a quantum lattice. The prototype, dubbed Mnemosyne, was an ungainly helmet bristling with sensors, its interface cobbled from obsolete VR gear and military surplus processors. Lena's first test subject was herself. In a dim, silent room smelling faintly of ozone and solder, she donned the helmet and activated the system. The initial sensation was disorienting, a rush of sound, color, and emotion, followed by the sudden crystalline clarity of a childhood memory, the feel of summer grass, the weight of her grandmother's hand. The effect was so vivid she wept. The rawness of that moment, recounted later to her skeptical colleagues, was the evidence they needed to believe. Over time, the team refined the technology, expanding its capabilities, reducing its bulk, and most importantly, building rigorous safeguards to prevent temporal confusion, a side effect that left early users reeling from the intermixing of present and past. The public unveiling was a spectacle. Journalists queued for hours to be among the first to experience the past as living reality. The most indelible scene involved a former gymnast, now in her 70s, who relived the moment of her Olympic triumph, her body, frail in the present, shuddering with the remembered strength and elation of youth. Her laughter, echoing through the demonstration hall, was broadcast worldwide, touching millions who saw in her joy the promise of a new relationship with time. The device did not permit the alteration of history, but it offered something almost as radical, the chance to revisit, learn, and heal from the deepest corridors of memory. The economic and societal ripples were immediate and profound. Hospitals adopted chronorecorders as therapeutic tools, aiding trauma survivors and dementia patients, allowing therapists to guide patients through the reliving and reframing of formative events. Within 5 years, post-traumatic stress disorder rates in early adopting clinics fell by 24%. Universities incorporated the technology into pedagogy, letting students witness their own learning curves, reinforcing critical skills or insights by direct revisitation. Elderly care homes, once places of quiet regret, became vibrant centers of shared storytelling, as residents journeyed through a lifetime of memories, inviting family and friends to experience cherished moments together. The device, initially a luxury, soon became ubiquitous, subsidized by health agencies and educational trusts. By 2050, over 200 million people worldwide had used some form of chronal immersion therapy, with reported increases in emotional well-being, cognitive resilience, and intergenerational empathy. Beyond its original intent, the technology spawned whole new industries. Memory architects, skilled technologists, and artists emerged to curate, restore, and even gently remaster recorded experiences. Legal systems began to wrestle with the evidentiary implications. Was a chronal memory as reliable as a written affidavit? Could a person's immersive replay of an event be considered admissible evidence, or was it too susceptible to subjective coloring and digital artifacts? New protocols arose, and with them, robust debates about privacy, consent, and the sanctity of personal history. Some communities, wary of corporate data mining, established memory cooperatives, ensuring that the archival and replay of individual lives remained locally governed and ethically safeguarded. Not all the consequences were easily anticipated. In the creative arts, filmmakers and virtual reality designers blended chronal immersion with narrative storytelling, developing temporal novels that allowed readers not just to follow a character, but to inhabit their inner chronology. The first worldwide Chronofest, an immersive festival of lived and relived moments, was attended virtually and physically by millions, with users trading their most formative experiences, walking a while in the temporal shoes of strangers from distant lands and eras. The trajectory from idea to impact was not without friction. Early critics warned of addictive reliving, a new temporal escapism in which users might dwell endlessly in the comforting past, shunning the responsibilities of the present. Legislators debated and, in some nations, imposed chronal balance laws, limiting the hours per week allowed for non-therapeutic immersion. Others sought to ban the technology outright, fearing the erosion of the narrative ambiguity that gives memories their bittersweet poignancy. Yet in the main, societies adapted, developing new rituals and ethical frameworks to harness the technology's power without succumbing to its dangers. As the world grew accustomed to the chronorecorder, the research community pursued ever more ambitious goals. Teams in South Korea, France, and Canada competed to shrink the device from helmet to implant, to refine the fidelity of emotional recall, and ultimately to explore whether shared, chronal experiences, direct downloads of memory from one individual to another, could facilitate radical new forms of empathy and collaboration. A 2054 study published in the Journal of Cognitive Engineering reported that surgical teams trained via chronal immersion with master surgeons exhibited a 37% reduction in procedural errors over conventional simulation-trained peers. Other sectors, too, felt the tremors of time travel's conceptual application. In medicine, the fusion of chronal data with AI-driven diagnostics allowed for unprecedented insight into disease progression, as researchers created temporal profiles that traced the earliest symptoms of conditions like Parkinson's and cancer months, or even years before clinical manifestation. Insurance providers, initially resistant, soon found that the integration of immersive memory archives into wellness programs reduced long-term care costs by 19%, as early intervention became the norm. The educational sector underwent its own revolution. In Helsinki, a pioneering high school piloted chronal exchange programs, in which students not only studied the French Revolution, but lived a day in the shoes of Parisian street children, recorded by actors whose performances were structured by the most rigorous historical research. Student engagement and retention soared, and within 3 years, similar programs were adopted in over 1,000 schools worldwide. Teachers spoke of a transformation in classroom dynamics as lessons moved from abstraction to lived experience, and learners developed a newfound curiosity and empathy for historical actors and contexts. In the creative industries, artists and musicians began to use the technology to layer memories, merging soundscapes, images, and felt emotion into multisensory installations that defied conventional boundaries. The 2057 Venice Biennale was dominated by such works, including Remnants, a collaborative piece that invited visitors to traverse the memories of a city as it evolved from Roman outpost to postmodern metropolis. A review in Asterisk Art Forum called it a journey not merely through space, but through the sedimented time of collective becoming. Perhaps most surprising were the serendipitous, almost accidental, offshoots of research inspired by time travel's pursuit. One such tale begins with a failed experiment at the Berlin Institute for Quantum Information, where a team attempting to develop a causality shield for secure communications inadvertently discovered a new class of materials, chronopolymers, capable of subtly altering their molecular configuration in response to the passage of time. Initially dismissed as a curiosity, these materials soon became the foundation for ultra-precise aging sensors in everything from food packaging to aerospace engineering. A 2051 patent submission titled Temporal Responsive Polymers for Dynamic Condition Monitoring listed no fewer than 40 industrial applications, from tracking vaccine potency to optimizing the shelf life of spacecraft components. Another unexpected breakthrough occurred in the field of cryptographic security. Inspired by the paradoxes of time loops and closed time-like curves, researchers at the University of Singapore devised a new encryption protocol, ChronoCrypt, in which keys were generated and authenticated across entangled moments rather than conventional time stamps. The system, tested by several multinational banks, proved impervious to nearly all known cyber attacks, reducing major data breaches by 11% in just 2 years among early adopters. Meanwhile, the search for physical time travel, less glamorous than the neural and quantum innovations, but equally persistent, continued to drive advances in high-energy physics, materials science, and computational modeling. The European Temporal Dynamics Project, a consortium of 17 nations headquartered in Geneva, invested billions into the construction of the world's largest superconducting loop array, designed to probe the boundaries of causality in controlled subatomic collisions. While no wormholes or time machines materialized, the project's spin-off technologies revolutionized magnetic containment and fusion energy, contributing to the world's first commercially viable star-scale reactors outside Marseille and Chengdu. The competitive spirit shaped national ambitions as well. China's New Dawn Initiative and the United States' Project Janus vied for leadership in chronal technologies, each investing in educational, medical, and defense applications. In 2053, A report from the World Technology Council noted that nations actively investing in chronal innovation exhibited annual productivity growth rates 1.7 times higher than the global average, driven by advances in workforce training, preventative health care, and memory-based AI systems. Finland, Israel, and South Korea were cited as leaders in ethical governance and equitable distribution, ensuring that chronal advances benefited rural and urban communities alike. The scale and velocity of implementation varied. In Japan, the integration of chronal therapy into geriatric medicine resulted in a 15% increase in quality-adjusted life years, QALYs, among elderly patients, according to a 2056 Ministry of Health survey. In contrast, some developing nations lagged, hampered by cost, infrastructure, or cultural hesitance. International partnerships sought to bridge the gap, launching the Global Chronal Access Project to donate millions of basic memory replay devices to underserved populations, with early results showing marked improvements in mental health and educational outcomes. Data visualizations soon became a regular feature in media coverage, illustrating the technology's permeation. One widely circulated infographic depicted the Chronal Impact Index, a multicolored map tracking device adoption, patient outcomes, and economic effects across continents. By 2057, the global user base surpassed 1.2 billion, with direct annual productivity gains estimated at $410 billion and healthcare savings at $72 billion per year, according to estimates from the International Monetary Fund. Yet the truest measure of time travel's application is not in the statistics, but in the lived stories of individuals and communities. Consider the case of the Morozov family in St. Petersburg. 3 generations, once estranged by misunderstandings and silent grievances, reunited through a guided chronal immersion session. Each member relived the same formative argument, but from every other's perspective. The empathy that followed was no abstract virtue, but a tangible force, mending what decades of counseling could not. Or take the village of Ben Tri, Vietnam, where a chronal archive project enabled elders to record and youth to relive the oral histories that would otherwise dissipate with each passing year. The effect was a surge in local pride and identity, reinforcing bonds frayed by rapid modernization. The deeper the technology permeated, the more it became clear that the most profound applications were not the most dramatic, but the most humane. In rural Peru, a traveling memory clinic helped dying patients relive their happiest moments, providing comfort and closure otherwise denied. In refugee camps in the Middle East, chronal devices allowed children uprooted by war to preserve and share memories of home, sustaining hope amidst displacement. Across sectors, the influence was unmistakable. In healthcare, neurologists and therapists redefined best practices around trauma, aging, and end-of-life care. In education, teachers became experienced curators as much as instructors, guiding learners through a tapestry of lived histories. The creative industries, meanwhile, flourished with new genres and forms, blending memory, narrative, and immersion in ways previously unimagined. The stories of invention were often as remarkable as the applications themselves. Take the accidental genesis of temporal resonance music. a genre discovered when a composer's experimental use of chronal feedback loops in digital audio yielded harmonics never before heard, described by reviewers as the sound of nostalgia made manifest. Or the case of a high school robotics club in Lagos, whose project to build a memory-guided navigation system for autonomous vehicles inadvertently produced a novel algorithm for time series prediction, soon adopted by logistics giants across Africa and Asia to optimize distribution networks. And yet, for all its transformative power, the application of time travel's insights remains a living question, a challenge, an invitation. What new forms of empathy, creativity, and understanding might emerge if even more people gained access to the chronal depths of their own and others' experience? If every community could shape its collective memory, how might this reshape politics, justice, and the pursuit of truth? Will the next leap be biological, extending lifespan by rewiring the brain's perception of time? Will quantum experiments, now relegated to the margins, one day make physical time loops a reality, unlocking new forms of communication, computation, or even consciousness itself? The numbers point in one direction, the stories in another, but the questions remain open, framing a horizon as mysterious and exhilarating as the first spark that set Herbert George Wells, Lena Volkov, and so many others on their way. In the ripple of each advance, in the quiet heartbeat of every memory relived, the dream of time travel persists, not as escapism, but as the ever-present challenge to imagine, to build, and to become. The journey is far from over, and the possibilities, like time itself, stretch out before us, boundless, beckoning, and bright. It always began with a feeling, an anticipatory charge in the air, a vibration too faint for words but insistent enough to stir the heart. In the world's great laboratories and hidden corners, the quest to glimpse, bend, or measure the fabric of time itself demanded more than data and theory. It required presence, courage, and a willingness to be both the instrument and the observer. This is the story of those moments, of the men and women who stepped, trembling and resolute, into the unknown. The scent of chemicals hung thick in Laboratory 13, a sterile tang of ozone and solvent overlaying everything, the way the past overlays the present. Fluorescent lights flickered with the faintest hum, their white glow bouncing off stainless steel surfaces. Somewhere, a clock ticked, the second hand moving at a pace both reassuring and mocking, as if daring its audience to measure the tempo of the universe. The air was cool, every breath tinged with the faint chill of anticipation. White protective suits rustled as the team moved carefully through their well-rehearsed preparations. Gloves snapped, masks adjusted, visors checked for fog. Everyone looked immaculate, almost ceremonial, as if donning these uniforms could shield them from the risks of unraveling time's secret knots. At the center of this orchestrated ritual stood Dr. Nadia Kovalevskaya, lead experimentalist and, by her own admission, hopelessly curious. Her colleagues called her the clocksmith, a nod to her childhood obsession with repairing antique timepieces, her deft fingers now just as adept with quantum sensors as with brass gears. Nadia's eyes, a sharp green, darted between monitors and the central apparatus, her brow creased with focus but betraying the faintest sparkle of excitement. She was tireless in pursuit, refusing to leave a problem unsolved, and yet a trace of worry always hovered at the edge of her determination. It wasn't uncertainty about the science. It was the awe, a quiet fear at the magnitude of what they were attempting. Beside her stood Amir Patel, a physicist whose calm demeanor masked a heart that beat a bit too fast when deadlines loomed. Amir was the counterweight to Nadia's fevered drive, ever ready with a joke or a patient explanation when new team members arrived, breathless with questions. His hands trembled ever so slightly as he calibrated the vacuum chamber. Nerves, perhaps, or just the weight of knowing that one wrong twist could throw months of preparation into chaos. To their left, quietly checking her tablet, was Greta Yamaguchi, a technician whose reputation for precision bordered on legendary. Greta was methodical, unflappable, a master of routines and redundancies, but even she could not quite suppress the thrill that surged as the experiment neared. She had a habit of whispering little encouragements to the machines as she worked, half in jest, half in hope that the universe might listen. Each member of the team bore the hallmarks of the adventurer, a mission to tilt at the windmill of time, an internal struggle, doubt battling daring, and the tantalizing hope that today might be the day of revelation. They had all felt, at one point or another, the temptation to turn back, to let the mystery be. But curiosity, the most ancient of human flaws, held them fast. The morning of the experiment unfolded in precise steps. The first light outside was barely gray when the team arrived, moving with the quiet of diverging paths converging at a single destiny. Nadia reviewed the quantum oscillators, ensuring that each was chilled to mere fractions above absolute zero, where time's flow might, in theory, be coaxed into showing its seams. Amir powered up the pulse generator, a device capable of delivering femtosecond surges of energy, brief, almost violent shudders through the controlled confines of the experimental lattice. Greta ran diagnostics on the data recorders, lines of code streaming across her screen, searching for any faint echo of previous runs that might taint the purity of this moment. The instrumentation was a study in contrasts. At one end stood a battered, brass-fitted microscope, an heirloom from Nadia's grandfather, kept as a talisman against hubris. It had been used to examine the most mundane of samples, its lenses clouded by time and use, but its presence now reminded the team of the long lineage of curiosity that had led them here. At the other, a state-of-the-art quantum spectrometer, all sleek glass and titanium, capable of mapping the subtlest fluctuations in temporal energy with precision undreamed of a generation before. The two instruments, separated by centuries in design, flanked the central chamber like silent witnesses, one eye on the past, one fixed firmly on the future. The apparatus itself was a marvel, a toroidal vacuum chamber, its surface etched with microcircuits, suspended inside a Faraday cage to block out all external interference. At its heart, a lattice of crystalline graphene housed the reaction zone, a space smaller than a grain of rice, yet pregnant with possibility. Fiber optic cables threaded outward, linking sensors to banks of processors running custom AI routines, designed to flag even the faintest deviation from the expected. The room was quiet, save for the hum of coolant lines and the steady tick of an old-fashioned wall clock, Nadia's doing, a reminder that, for all their sophistication, they were still at the mercy of time. As final checks concluded, the tension mounted. Greta's voice, usually light, was taut as she called out, "Pressure at baseline, all values nominal." Amir nodded, running his finger down the checklist. "Lattice at 0.0003 Kelvin. Photon pump ready." Nadia, hands steady despite the quickening of her pulse, gave the final go-ahead. "Initiate sequence." A hush fell as the first pulses lanced into the graphene matrix. On the monitor, a spectral line flared, white at first, then shifting to a pale, ghostly blue. The team leaned in, breaths held. "There," Amir whispered, pointing. "Ion flux rising." The sample, a solution of specially prepared isotopes, began to seethe with microscopic activity. From the reaction chamber, a faint wisp of vapor drifted upward, white as morning fog, swirling in the controlled air currents before being whisked away by the exhaust system. For a moment, time itself seemed to hold its breath. Then catastrophe. A klaxon blared, one of the pressure valves had spiked, the warning light blinking an angry red. The chamber vibrated, the hum rising in pitch. "Pressure rising, chamber integrity at risk," Greta shouted. Nadia's mind raced. If the pressure surpassed threshold, the entire experiment would be invalidated. Worse, the sample could be lost or the chamber breached. She glanced at Amir, whose face was pale but determined. "Vent now or risk losing the run?" he asked, urgency sharpening his voice. Nadia weighed the options in an instant. They had spent weeks coaxing the sample into a perfect crystalline state. A full vent would mean starting over, but letting it ride risked a catastrophic failure. "Partial vent," she decided, fingers dancing over the controls. "Just enough to stabilize." Greta's hands moved in tandem, opening the bypass valve with surgical precision. The whine subsided, the warning light dimming to orange, then green. A collective exhale swept the room, the first challenge met, equilibrium restored. But something had changed. The readout on the quantum spectrometer showed an anomaly, a blip, a phase shift not predicted in any of their models. "Look," Amir said, all growing in his tone. On the display, the spectral line split, then recombined as if it had folded back upon itself. For a second, a faint afterimage appeared, a shadow trace in the data, as though a signal had been reflected backward in time. Nadia's journal entry from that day survives, scrawled hurriedly during the lull after the crisis. "March 12, 20XX. The vent nearly cost us everything, but then." A pulse unmistakable, like a ripple returning from tomorrow. When the injector ran, I felt it, a tingling as though the air itself quivered. The data, too, is doubled. What can it mean? The team spent hours poring over the data, verifying every connection, recalibrating every instrument. The first breakthrough had not come by design but by accident. Yet there it was, a faint but reproducible echo in the quantum fluctuations of the system, as if the experiment itself had nudged the boundary between now and next. In the weeks that followed, they refined their procedure, seeking to repeat and amplify the effect. They ran trials at different temperatures, adjusted the timing of the pulse generator, swapped isotopic mixtures to find the optimal mix. Each run brought new lessons, new frustrations. Samples shattered under too much pressure, sensors burned out from surges, data files corrupted by stray electromagnetic interference. Through it all, the team's resolve deepened. The contrast between old and new technology felt at times like holding a relic in one hand and a miracle in the other. The microscope, with its slow focus and soft, amber field of view, revealed only the grossest features, a cluster of crystals, a drift of vapor. But the quantum spectrometer danced at another level altogether, its AI-driven interface rendering real-time visualizations, delicate braids of energy, color-coded paths through temporal potential surfaces. To explain it to visitors, Amir would sometimes say, "It's like tuning an old radio versus streaming a symphony on your phone. Both give you music, but the detail, the fidelity, is a world apart." The numbers told the story in their own spare poetry. On the 17th run, the optimal temperature for the phase shift effect was logged at precisely 37 degrees C, a value tantalizingly close to human body temperature, a curious, perhaps poetic coincidence. More importantly, the intensity of the reflected quantum signal increased by 15% compared to baseline, a margin far beyond statistical noise. Amir, ever the pragmatist, explained its significance. That 15% is the difference between a ghost and a footprint. It means the effect is real, measurable, and potentially scalable. The team modeled the experiment's results in vivid color. In the published simulation, regions of highest temporal energy density glowed a deep, pulsing red, fading to blue at the periphery. The signal's echo trace, the supposed backward-folding temporal wave, was rendered as a green arc, looping from the heart of the chamber out into virtual space. The simulation, published in the Journal of Experimental Physics, became one of the most widely circulated images in the field. Source: Journal of Experimental Physics, 20XX, read the caption, a marker of credibility for skeptics and inspiration for the next generation of seekers. The early failures, once a source of embarrassment, became stepping stones. Reviewing their logs, Greta noted that every major setback corresponded to a breach of carefully defined parameters. Pressure above 2 atm destroys the phase coherence, she summarized, like over-tightening a violin string until it snaps. The solution was precise control, monitoring every variable, every flicker of energy, every whispered warning from the machinery itself. Over time, the team developed a kind of sixth sense for the experiment's rhythms, learning to trust both the data and their own instincts. The first public presentation of their findings was less a victory lap than a confessional. Nadia spoke of the terror and elation of those near-failure moments, her voice cracking as she described watching the numbers climb, knowing the whole venture might collapse. Amir recounted the aha of seeing the signal split for the first time, his relief and disbelief still fresh in his mind. Greta, always understated, admitted, "I thought it would never work, but I couldn't walk away. There's something about chasing the impossible that keeps you here, after hours, after hope." As word spread, other laboratories raced to replicate and extend the experiment. A team in Osaka, working with a modified lattice structure, introduced a different isotope and reported a similar, though weaker, effect. In Munich, researchers tightened the margin for error, discovering that the phase shift phenomenon was exquisitely sensitive to magnetic fields. Stray interference, even from a passing tram, could disrupt the signal. Every confirmation brought new questions. Was this genuine time reflection, or merely an artifact of coupled quantum states? Did the signal represent information moving backward, or only a statistical mirage, a mathematical ghost with no physical substance? The debates were fierce, often impassioned, but always undergirded by a sense that something fundamental had shifted. A boundary had been nudged, if not breached. The emotional resonance of those breakthroughs lingers in the letters and diaries preserved from that era. Nadia wrote to her mentor, "Sometimes I stand in the lab after everyone leaves and listen to the clock. I feel as if the room is full of echoes, not just of sound, but of moments, possibilities. Perhaps that's all time travel is, a way to touch the resonances that already surround us if only we learn how to listen." The impact rippled outward, inspiring new experimental designs. Some teams turned to biological systems, using chronically active neurons as sensors, tiny living clocks, exquisitely sensitive to temporal distortion. Others focused on refining the materials, crafting ever more delicate lattices, chasing higher energy densities in search of a stronger effect. The most spectacular advance came unexpectedly. In a cramped lab in Brazil, a team led by Dr. Lucas Amaral attempted a variation using a layered graphene diamond substrate. On their 23rd run, the system not only produced an amplified echo, but for a fleeting instant, a portion of the sample appeared to jump, its quantum state flickering between present and a previous measurement, as if the particle had briefly retraced its own timeline. The result, published under the provocative title Observation of Quantum State Recurrence in Time-Shifted Lattices, sent shockwaves through the community. Not a full traversal of time, but a step, a hint that under the right conditions, matter might remember or even revisit a prior state. Images from the Amaral experiment made headlines, a series of false color maps showing the return path of the particle, each frame annotated with timestamp and energy level. Red marks the moment of highest recurrence, the caption read, blue the baseline. AI-driven software generated a looping animation, replayed endlessly in seminars and online forums, each cycle a visual metaphor for the world's longing to step back, even a heartbeat into the past. The lessons gleaned from these iterations were manifold. Success, it turned out, was as much about humility as brilliance. The most dramatic advances came not from brute force, but from listening, to the machines, to the numbers, to one another. The failures, far from fatal, revealed hidden variables and subtle rules. Greta's logbook, now archived in the Institute's digital records, is full of such insights. Every missed target points to a truth. The chamber is unforgiving but not malicious. It only answers the question you ask, and only if you listen closely. As the experiments grew in sophistication, so too did the emotional stakes. In the moments after a successful run, the team often found themselves standing in silence, awed, sometimes giddy, sometimes overwhelmed by the sense of standing at the threshold of something immense. Amir described it best. It's like fireworks in the mind, every nerve alive, every possibility opening in a burst of color. You realize in that instant just how flimsy the walls between now and then might be. The stories of these experiments of tension, failure, breakthrough, and wonder became the touchstones for a new tradition, one that fused science with the spirit of adventure. They taught that discovery is not made in isolation, but in the shared struggle to reach past what is known. They revealed, too, that a single moment, a spike on a graph, a shimmer in the air, the echo of a clock's tick, can alter the course of understanding, sending ripples through the fabric of science and imagination alike. One can almost feel the pulse of those moments, the crystalline intensity when the machinery hums and the data blooms in unexpected ways. The world holds its breath. In the lab, a team stands poised, hearts pounding, eyes fixed on the glowing monitors, waiting for the universe to answer their call. Then, with the gentlest flicker, an echo returning from the edge of possibility, everything changes. Imagine yourself there in that instant as the haze lifts, the numbers align, and the past and future lean together in a hush. The air thrums, every sense heightened, every thought racing. There is a kind of magic in it, the recognition that with patience and audacity, even the most unyielding mysteries can be coaxed to reveal a glimpse of their truth. And so the question lingers, shimmering. Could a single moment of courage, a single leap of faith, truly alter the flow of discovery, setting all of science, and perhaps history itself, on a new and uncharted course? Beneath the gleaming surface of theoretical elegance and experimental rigor, the landscape of time travel is scattered with shadows, enigmas that refuse to yield to reason, lingering like whispered riddles in the corridors of science and philosophy. These mysteries are not mere footnotes but vibrant puzzles bristling with implications, beckoning us to peer deeper into the fabric of reality. They swirl around us like unseen currents, pulling at the edges of understanding and daring us to confront the unknown. One such mystery dates back to the early 20th century, nestled in the quiet study of a physicist named Kurt Gödel. In 1949, within the austere halls of the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton, Gödel presented a solution to Einstein's field equations that startled even the most visionary minds. His rotating universe model suggested a cosmos where closed, time-like curves could exist naturally, not as exotic artifacts, but embedded in the very fabric of space-time. The room was thick with anticipation and skepticism when Gödel first unveiled his work. Colleagues exchanged glances, some bewildered, others intrigued. To them, it was a paradox wrapped in mathematics, a universe where time could loop back on itself, raising profound questions about causality and determinism. Gödel's revelation was met with a mixture of awe and unease. The idea that the past might be accessible, that one could, in principle, traverse time loops, challenged the foundation of classical physics. Yet, attempts to reconcile this with observable cosmology faltered. The mystery persisted. Was Gödel's universe a mere mathematical curiosity, or a hint toward something deeper? For decades, this question hung in the ether, unresolved. The absence of experimental evidence, coupled with the difficulty of applying Gödel's model to the real cosmos, left the enigma untouched. Time, Gödel himself mused in a rare personal letter, is perhaps not a river flowing in one direction, but a tapestry woven from threads both forward and backward. Yet, how do we grasp a thread that curves upon itself? This mystery echoes in science fiction, notably in Kurt Vonnegut's novel *Slaughterhouse-Five*, where the protagonist experiences time non-linearly, slipping through moments as if they were pages in a book. The notion of a universe where time folds upon itself invites us to imagine lives untethered from a single temporal axis, a haunting prospect both liberating and disorienting. The enduring silence on Gödel's puzzle stems partly from the limitations of empirical verification. The vast scales and energies implied by such a universe remain beyond our technological reach. Moreover, the mental leap required to conceive a cosmos where cause and effect entwine in loops challenges our very cognition. It is as if the universe dangles a secret just out of reach, teasing and tormenting the curious. Decades later, in a stark contrast of setting, a different kind of mystery unfolded amidst the cryogenic hums of a high-tech lab in Boulder, Colorado. Here, in 2007, the research team at the National Institute of Standards and Technology, NIST, sought to measure time dilation effects with quantum clocks of unprecedented precision. Amid the sterile glow of fluorescent lights and whirring cooling systems, an anomaly emerged. Clocks synchronized to within quintillionths of a second began displaying discordant readings when exposed to varying gravitational fields. The discrepancy was subtle, a whisper rather than a shout, but persistent and inexplicable. Initial excitement gave way to frustration as countless calibrations failed to resolve the irregularities. Lead researcher Dr. Alina Marchenko recalled the nights spent staring at oscilloscopes, her eyes bloodshot, heart pounding with a mix of hope and despair. It was as if time itself played tricks, slipping through our grasp when we tried to catch it, she wrote in her notebook. The team speculated about interactions between gravity and quantum states that might hint at exotic phenomena, perhaps fleeting glimpses of space-time curvature, so minute they skirted the edge of detectability. The mystery deepened when attempts to replicate the results in other labs yielded inconsistent outcomes. Were these experimental artifacts, subtle environmental influences, or signs of deeper principles at play? The debate spilled into conferences and journals, sparking heated exchanges. Some dismissed the findings as noise cloaked in complexity. Others whispered of nascent evidence for the malleability of time under conditions previously unimagined. This puzzle finds resonance in popular culture through the film Interstellar Asterisk, where the gravitational time dilation near a black hole compresses hours into minutes for space travelers, dramatizing the mind-bending elasticity of time. The NIST anomaly echoes the narrative tension between human perception and cosmic reality, a reminder that time may not flow uniformly, but bend to forces beyond our control. The challenge in unraveling this mystery lies in the razor-thin margins of precision and the complexity of isolating quantum gravitational effects. Our instruments, though marvels of engineering, still blink against the cosmic scale, and the interplay of fundamental forces remains partially veiled by theoretical gaps. The human mind, evolved to navigate a classical, linear time, struggles to internalize these subtleties, leaving the enigma suspended between possibility and skepticism. Astrophysicist Dr. Miguel Herrera, stationed at ALMA's control center, recalled the electric atmosphere as the data streamed in. We stared at the screens in disbelief, knowing that if these anomalies held, our understanding of the universe's timeline would need rewriting. Yet, confounding the excitement was a persistent cloud of ambiguity. Interference from cosmic dust, gravitational lensing effects, and calibration uncertainties muddied the waters. The signals teased like a siren's song, calling to the curious, but retreating just as certainty approached. Theorists scrambled to propose explanations. Some suggested variable speed of light theories, positing that the early universe obeyed different physical laws, enabling phenomena like time travel or temporal loops. Others cautioned against overinterpretation, urging for more data and refined models. This cosmic conundrum inspired the imagination of writers and dreamers alike. In Arthur C. Clarke's The Light of Other Days, technology allows glimpses into the past through wormhole-like devices, a concept made tantalizingly plausible by shifts in fundamental constants. The Atacama mystery invites us to ponder whether the universe's constants are truly fixed or if they dance subtly over eons, rippling through the fabric of time and causality. The difficulty in resolving this mystery is twofold. Observational constraints limit the precision and duration of measurements, while theoretical frameworks capable of accommodating variable constants are still in their infancy. The gulf between what can be modeled and what is accessible to human intuition widens, leaving us suspended in a liminal space between wonder and uncertainty. Closer to our own experience, the enigma of time travel's paradoxes stands as perhaps the most perplexing. The grandfather paradox, the idea that a time traveler could undo their own existence by altering past events, has occupied philosophers and scientists for generations. Yet, it remains unresolved despite decades of debate and theoretical innovation. In 1974, at a small conference in Cambridge, Massachusetts, a spirited discussion erupted around this very puzzle. Physicist John Everett, a once promising but overlooked researcher, shared unpublished notes proposing a resolution: the Novikov self-consistency principle, which stated that any actions taken by a time traveler were already part of history, ensuring no contradictions could arise. The room was a crucible of ideas. Skeptics challenged Everett's logic, while others found comfort in the elegant avoidance of paradox. Everett's ideas languished for years in obscurity, but their reverberations persist. Accounts from the conference describe heated debates spilling into the night, with participants pacing the dimly lit hallways, wrestling with the implications. If time is immutable, Everett argued, then free will is constrained but paradoxes are avoided. Yet what becomes of choice? An attendee later recalled, "We left with more questions than answers, the weight of possibility pressing like a cloud." This paradox has inspired countless cultural works, from the tragic loops in Ray Bradbury's A Sound of Thunder to the intricate branching timelines of the film Avengers: Endgame. It challenges fundamental notions of causality and personal identity, forcing us to rethink the boundaries of agency. The lack of resolution stems from profound conceptual challenges. Our logical frameworks struggle with self-reference and circular causality. Empirical tests are impossible without controlled time travel, and the limitations of current physics leave models incomplete. It is as if we stand before a mirror reflecting infinite versions of ourselves, each trapped in a different narrative, none fully real. Further complicating the picture is the elusive nature of exotic matter, hypothesized negative energy material needed to stabilize wormholes and enable traversable time loops. In 1987, a team at CERN reported hints of phenomena that could suggest exotic matter signatures in high-energy collisions. The laboratory buzzed with excitement as researchers scrupulously analyzed data, searching for traces of particles or fields exhibiting negative energy density. Lead physicist Dr. Sophia Lindström described the mix of exhilaration and dread as the team grappled with their findings. We chased shadows in the data, moments where the math hinted at impossibilities made real. Yet, confirmation proved elusive. Follow-up experiments failed to replicate the signals, and the possibility of instrumental artifacts loomed large. The exotic matter remained an enigma, glimpsed only faintly, like a half-remembered dream. Popular culture embraced the allure of exotic matter in stories such as Contact by Carl Sagan, where wormholes provide a means for interstellar and intertemporal travel. The mystery lingers. Does such matter exist in nature, or is it forever confined to the realm of theory and imagination? The difficulty in pinning down exotic matter arises from technological limitations and the fundamental constraints imposed by quantum field theory and general relativity. It is a ghostly substance, defying direct observation, and the universe may guard its secrets with quantum subtlety beyond our current tools. Lastly, the very experience of time, its flow, direction, and arrow, remains a profound mystery. Why does time seem to march ever forward? Why does entropy increase, and why do cause and effect align in a seemingly inviolable order? In 1983, a neurophysiologist named Dr. Miriam Tanaka documented a perplexing phenomenon in human cognition, moments where subjective time appeared to slow or loop, a temporal dissonance experienced during extreme stress or meditative states. Her lab in Kyoto was a sanctuary of quiet observation. Patients reclined in dim rooms as Tanaka and her team measured neural activity, heart rates, and subjective reports. One volunteer described an experience of living the same minute twice, folding over like a paper crane. Though anecdotal, these accounts stirred deep questions about consciousness and its entanglement with time. Such experiences echo ancestral myths, like the Celtic tales of time dilation in fairy mounds, or the Buddhist concept of cyclical samsara, inviting a convergence of science and spirituality. Could consciousness itself navigate or influence time, or is temporal flow an emergent property of physical processes distinct from awareness? This mystery remains unresolved due to the complexity of neuroscience, the subjective nature of experience, and the challenges of integrating physical time with conscious perception. It reminds us that the frontier of time travel is not only cosmic but intimately personal, touching the very essence of what it means to be. Across these mysteries, whether mathematical, physical, cosmic, philosophical, or experiential, there is a shared undercurrent, a mixture of awe, humility, and restless yearning. Researchers often speak of standing on the edge of the known, a phrase that encapsulates the thrill and the terror of confronting the unknown. One physicist, reflecting on decades spent probing temporal anomalies, wrote, "To gaze into time's deep waters is to see both reflection and abyss. Our questions ripple outward, but the depths remain dark, guarding their secrets jealously." The journey through these enigmas is far from over. New experiments are underway, from precision quantum timing arrays to astrophysical surveys, from AI-driven models simulating the complex topology of spacetime to interdisciplinary projects blending physics with cognitive science. Each effort is a step along a path winding through shadows and light, promising moments of revelation and new mysteries alike. As we peer into these unfathomable depths, the allure of time travel continues to captivate and confound. It is a dance between certainty and paradox, a call to imagine beyond the linear and to embrace complexity without despair. The great unknown waits patiently, an invitation etched not only in the equations of the cosmos, but in the dreams and doubts of every seeker who dares to ask, what if? Across epochs and cultures, great philosophical traditions have wrestled with the nature of time, existence, and the self, each offering lenses through which to glimpse the enigma of moving through time, bending the arrow that so normatively points forward. Consider existentialism, where human life is cast as a solitary journey through a vast, indifferent desert. Imagine a traveler stumbling through endless sands, parched and searching for meaning amid shifting dunes. This is the existentialist's metaphor for existence, to confront the rawness of freedom, the weight of choice, and the haunting absence of preordained purpose. In this light, time travel becomes more than a scientific curiosity. It is a metaphor for the desperate human desire to undo past errors, to reach backward or forward in the wasteland of experience and find an oasis of meaning. Contrast this with idealism, or the philosophy of mind as the ultimate reality, which might be pictured as the moon's pale light shimmering only because there is someone to behold it. Without the observer, the moon's soft glow would not exist. It is consciousness that breathes life into the cosmos. In this view, time itself is not an objective river, but a projection of the mind's unfolding. Time travel, then, is a dance of perception, an interplay of awareness that shifts and stretches when we peer into the inner theater of thought. The past exists only as memory, the future only as imagination. To journey through time is to traverse the labyrinth of the self. On the other hand, positivism or empiricism, the faith in knowledge derived solely from observable, measurable phenomena, grounds us firmly in what can be touched, counted, and verified. Imagine a scientist standing by a laboratory bench, a ruler in hand, measuring intervals of time with precision clocks. For such a soul, time travel is suspect, a chimera that, lacking empirical footholds, dwells in the realm of myth and fancy. Yet this skepticism itself is a form of engagement, a prompt to seek new methods, new instruments, new ways to capture the flickers of time's malleability, if they exist at all. Then there is anthropic relativity, a more recent current of thought suggesting that our entire understanding of the universe and time is entangled with the conditions of human consciousness and existence. Like a traveler adjusting a map to fit the shifting terrain beneath their feet, this philosophy acknowledges that our place in time is not passive but participatory. Time travel from this angle might be seen as the ultimate expression of human agency, our attempt to step beyond the flow, to rewrite the narrative, to inscribe our own meaning onto the cosmic canvas. But philosophy rarely offers clean answers. It prefers instead to embrace paradox, to linger in the spaces between certainty and doubt. One enduring paradox is the story of the ship of Theseus. Imagine a vessel, proud, ancient, weathered, that sails the seas. Over time, its wooden planks rot and are replaced one by one. Eventually, every piece of the ship has been renewed. Is it still the same ship or something altogether new? The paradox mirrors our attempts to grasp time travel. If every piece of what we understand about past, present, and future shifts with new knowledge, is our conception of time itself the same? If our scientific maps are constantly rewritten, can our worldview remain fixed, or must it, like the ship, be ever renewed, reshaped by fresh insights? This question cuts to the heart of human existence. If knowledge is fluid, is our perspective on life, the story of birth, growth, decay, and death, also mutable? Can we hold a steady worldview, or must we embrace a ceaseless becoming, an eternal flux? Imagine a quiet room where two towering figures of philosophy, Plato and Aristotle, engage in a timeless debate about the nature of time and existence. Plato, the master of forms and shadows, speaks of the unseen essence behind all appearances, likening the theme to a dance of light and shadow. Time, he insists, is but the shadow of eternity cast upon the wall of becoming. Aristotle, ever the empiricist, responds with grounded reason. We measure time by change, by motion, by the unfolding of events. Without change, time is a void, an empty stage. Their voices intertwine like flickering candlelight in a dim hall, revealing the tension between the invisible and the tangible, the eternal and the transient. Immanuel Kant's voice echoes across the centuries, reminding us through his own poetic admission: the eye of reason never fully pierces the entire sky. His words underscore the humility demanded of any inquiry into time travel. No matter how brilliant our instruments or theories, the totality of time's secret is always just beyond our grasp, a horizon forever retreating. Turning eastward, the ancient wisdom of Laozi offers a complementary perspective. Great knowledge is silence. In Taoism, knowing involves embracing the unknown, the flow of the Tao, a cosmic rhythm that resists confinement by words or logic. To seek control over time is to wrestle with the ungraspable. The journey through time is a dance with the Tao itself, an invitation to flow with change rather than resist it. These philosophical ruminations find profound resonance in the human condition, our relationship with life and death. The universe, vast and enigmatic, mirrors the arc of human existence. Imagine the cosmos as a living being, born in a cataclysmic spark, growing through fiery youth, maturing in a stable expanse, and destined, perhaps, to fade, collapse, or be reborn anew. This cosmic cycle mirrors our own birth, growth, decline, and death, a reflection that evokes both awe and melancholy. Picture a scientist standing at the rim of a black hole's event horizon, the abyss before them trembling with the raw power of nature. In that moment, the scientist feels the fragile beat of life, so fleeting against eternity, yet so precious. Here, at the edge of the known and the unknowable, the mystery of time becomes deeply personal. The scientist's pulse matches the slow drag of time near the singularity, a reminder that life and death, like the cosmos, are entwined threads pulled taut by unseen forces. This interplay brings forth the age-old tension between free will and fate. Imagine time as a vast highway, each physical law a rule posted by the universe, strict and immutable. Yet standing upon this road is the traveler, humanity, who steps with measured freedom, choosing which paths to take. Are our choices real, or merely illusions beneath the weight of determinism? Is the future scripted by the inexorable flow of cause and effect, or is it a landscape of open possibilities? This tension is captured in the metaphor of a path laid out by destiny but walked in steps of freedom. The universe may present a map, its laws carving the terrain, but the traveler decides which stones to press, which turns to negotiate. Time travel then challenges this balance. Could stepping outside the flow of time shatter the map, or would the universe reweave itself to preserve coherence? In either case, the question compels us to reconsider the nature of choice, responsibility, and identity. Religious and cultural mythologies offer rich tapestries connecting humanity to the cosmos. Consider the Norse tree Yggdrasil, whose towering branches bind together the various worlds, earthly, divine, and otherworldly, into a single cosmic axis. This world tree is more than a myth. It symbolizes the profound interconnectedness of all existence. Just as Yggdrasil's roots and leaves span realms, so too does our human experience stretch through time, rooted in the past, reaching toward the future. Time travel might be seen as an echo of this ancient tree, our attempt to traverse the branches that connect moments and realities, to touch the divine weave of the universe's story. In the spiritual teachings of Buddhism, the heart of impermanence pulses vividly. The sutras remind us that all things are like illusions, like dreams, a truth that resonates with science's recognition of the fluidity and uncertainty at time's core. This notion of impermanence aligns with the scientific understanding that time is not a fixed stage, but a dynamic process. The Buddhist insight offers a perspective where clinging to a fixed moment or a rigid self is the source of suffering. Release comes through embracing flow and change, the very qualities time travel seeks to navigate. As we dwell on these reflections, deeper questions about life's meaning emerge. If the universe's fabric is mutable, what do we live for? Is life a continuous narrative, a river flowing from birth to death, or a mosaic of fleeting moments, each sparkling with its own significance? Does understanding the cosmos's nature enhance our purpose or cast it into shadow? Imagine a traveler standing before a vast gallery of life's moments, each a jewel in time's tapestry. Some moments blaze bright with joy, others dim with sorrow, yet together they compose the song of existence. The meaning of life, like time itself, may be found not in the grand design, but in our engagement with these fragments, our courage to live fully within each passing second. In this, the journey becomes profoundly personal. Each listener, each seeker, is invited to chart their own course, to wrestle with these cosmic and human mysteries in solitude and community. The quest to understand time travel becomes a mirror reflecting our deepest hopes, fears, and desires. The yearning to reconcile with the past, to foresee the future, and to find meaning within the relentless flow of the present. Thus, as the starry night deepens, and the ticking of countless clocks marks the passage of moments, we are reminded that the odyssey through time is also an odyssey of the spirit. The universe, the mind, and the soul are intertwined in a dance as old as being. To contemplate time travel is to step into this dance, to seek, perhaps, not just the secrets of time itself, but the secrets of our own becoming. In many religious traditions, the notion of time is intimately bound with the divine and the sacred. For instance, in Hindu cosmology, time is cyclical, composed of vast eras, yugas, that repeat endlessly in a cosmic rhythm of creation, preservation, and destruction. This perspective invites a vision of existence not as linear progression, but as eternal return, where beginnings and ends dissolve into an infinite loop. Time travel here could be imagined less as an anomaly and more as a resonance with the natural order, a glimpse into the continuous unfolding and folding of cosmic cycles. It challenges the Western linear view and suggests that moving through time may align with spiritual attunement to the universe's rhythm rather than defiance of it. Similarly, in Christian theology, time is often perceived as a linear journey from creation toward an ultimate fulfillment or apocalypse, where God exists both within and beyond time. The concept of eternity transcends temporal bounds, embodying an unchanging presence that witnesses all moments simultaneously. Here, time travel evokes profound theological questions. Can humans, bound by temporal existence, glimpse this eternal perspective? If so, does time travel offer a form of participation in divine knowledge, or does it risk hubris by attempting to override the sacred timeline ordained by God? The tension between human aspiration and divine order emerges vividly, inviting reflection on humility, grace, and the limits of human agency. In Islamic thought, time, zaman, and destiny qadar intertwine deeply with the notion of divine will. The Quran speaks of God as the knower of all times, past, present, and future, and yet human beings are endowed with free will within this divine framework. This duality suggests a complex relationship where time travel, if possible, might reveal layers of predestination and free choice woven together like threads in a tapestry. The journey through time becomes a spiritual trial, testing faith, understanding, and submission to the divine wisdom that governs the cosmos beyond human comprehension. From a mystical standpoint, many spiritual traditions emphasize the transcendence of ordinary time through practices of meditation, prayer, and altered states of consciousness. In these realms, time may dilate, contract, or dissolve entirely, offering experiencers a taste of timelessness, a state where past, present, and future converge into a singular now. This liminal space challenges the conventional boundaries of temporal order and hints at the possibility that time travel may not require machines or physics, but can be approached through inner transformation. The traveler becomes a seeker of the eternal moment, a pilgrim crossing thresholds of temporal perception without moving through space. Exploring these religious and philosophical dialogues reveals that time travel is not merely a speculative scientific concept, but a profound metaphor for the human spiritual quest. It embodies the yearning to reconcile temporal finitude with the infinite, to bridge the gaps between memory and prophecy, to transcend suffering by altering the flow of life's narrative. In this way, time travel resonates as a symbol of hope, redemption, and ultimate liberation, echoing the perennial human desire to heal wounds of the past, to glimpse a better future, and to find peace in the present. However, this aspiration also confronts ethical and existential dilemmas. If the past can be changed, what becomes of responsibility? Does altering one's own history undermine the authenticity of personal growth and moral lessons? Moreover, if future knowledge is attainable, does it diminish the spontaneity and creativity that define human life? These questions remind us that the journey through time is not merely external but deeply internal, demanding reflection on what it means to live a meaningful life within the constraints and freedoms that time offers. In sum, The philosophical, existential, and religious perspectives on time travel invite us into a rich dialogue that transcends disciplines. They urge us to approach time not as a fixed container, but as a dynamic interplay of being and becoming, presence and absence, mystery and revelation. To contemplate time travel is to engage with the deepest questions of identity, purpose, and the sacred interconnectedness of all things, a dance that continues to inspire wonder and humility in the human heart. Did you know there are scientific truths so counterintuitive? They seem to upend reality itself. Facts that, at first glance, feel like mistakes or cosmic jokes, but instead are meticulously validated, breathtaking, and even a little bit unsettling. When we step into the realm of time travel, these shocking paradoxes and strange realities aren't just thought experiments. They are invitations to question the very bedrock of reason and existence. As you read, prepare to be surprised, to feel your scalp prickle, and to glimpse how the universe hides its wildest riddles in plain sight. Imagine for a moment a quietly ordinary day. Sunlight streams through your window as you reach for a book on your desk. Out of habit, you glance at the clock, its second hand ticking evenly, an unbroken rhythm. Everything seems stable, reliable. Yet as you lift the book, a gust of wind slips through the open window, catching the pages and sending a single, yellowed photograph fluttering to the floor. You bend to pick it up, and in that heartbeat, a split between past and present, one of the deepest paradoxes of time travel is hiding just beyond the veil. This paradox is the bootstrap paradox, a riddle that has haunted storytellers and physicists alike. Picture this. You find an old blueprint for a mysterious machine tucked in your attic. Inspired, you build the device, and after years of tinkering, you realize it's a time machine. You travel back a few decades and hand the blueprint to your younger self, who in turn grows up, builds the machine, and repeats the cycle. The conundrum is immediate. Where did the original blueprint come from? It appears to exist without origin, looped endlessly between different versions of you, never truly invented by anyone. It's the ultimate Möbius strip of causality, a loop where effect becomes its own cause. This isn't just a puzzle for philosophers or sci-fi fans. In 1991, physicist David Deutsch explored mathematical formulations of this very idea in his work on closed time-like curves, showing that information could, in theory, be passed backwards in time, creating a self-originating sequence. The name bootstrap comes from the old phrase pulling yourself up by your bootstraps, an impossible task made manifest by time's strange geometry. Imagine a song you hear in childhood, which you then travel back and teach to its supposed composer, who then writes it, launching the cycle again. The bootstrap paradox isn't just a logical mind-bender. It's a fundamental challenge to how we imagine knowledge, creativity, and origin itself. Can something exist without a first cause, without a genesis? Or is the universe itself, as some quantum cosmologists whisper, a kind of self-bootstrapping reality, a grand loop with neither beginning nor end, only infinite echo? If the mind reels, that's no accident. The bootstrap paradox raises questions with no easy answers. Could your future self be the source of your present inspiration? Is the universe itself riddled with information that came from nowhere, or everywhere all at once? As you turn this puzzle over in your mind, imagine that you're standing in a city square at dusk. The lights blink on, casting long shadows as crowds drift homeward. Suddenly, you see someone, dressed oddly, eyes scanning the horizon, clutching a device that hums with hidden energy. For a moment, you think you recognize them. Then you realize it's you, a few years older, come back to witness a pivotal moment in your own life. This unsettling encounter brings us to another notorious paradox, the grandfather paradox. Let's trace it through not equations, but the small, intimate details of life. Suppose one evening you find an old photograph of your grandfather, a handsome figure in sepia, but you are struck by sadness. He died tragically young, changing the course of your family forever. The thought comes to you, if only I could go back, warn him, prevent the accident. The fantasy grows stronger. Then, after years of work, you build a time machine and travel back to meet your grandfather, determined to save him. But here is where the paradox sharpens. Suppose, in trying to prevent his death, your actions set off a chain of events that, by mistake, prevent your grandparents from ever meeting. If that happens, you're never born. But if you're never born, you can't travel back to interfere. So your grandparents do meet, your grandfather dies, and you're born again. The loop is endless, a snake eating its own tail. This riddle has tormented thinkers from its earliest articulation in the 20th century to the present. In 1937, the physicist René Barjavel posed it explicitly in his novel, Le Voyageur Imprudent. And since then, it has haunted the annals of both science fiction and academic debate. The paradox is more than a story device. It's a direct assault on the principle of causality that underpins all of science and logic. To untangle it, scientists have proposed strange solutions. Some, like Igor Novikov in the 1980s, suggested the self-consistency principle, the idea that the universe will always prevent paradoxes by ensuring that any events caused by time travelers were, in fact, always part of history. In other words, you might try to save your grandfather, but something will always go wrong, ensuring that history stays intact. Others invoke the many worlds interpretation. Every time you alter the past, a new universe branches off, so both outcomes, your birth and your non-existence, play out somewhere. To feel this paradox is to experience an existential vertigo, a dizziness at the edge of reason. Is the past fixed or fluid? Are we trapped by fate, or are infinite lives blooming in parallel, each a new song in the cosmic symphony? The paradox only deepens as we move beyond human-scale dilemmas to the cosmic stage. Imagine a night on a remote hillside, under a sky ablaze with stars. The Milky Way stretches above, silent and eternal. You close your eyes, and in the darkness a question forms. Could a particle or even a person meet themselves at another point in time? Here enters the twin paradox, a puzzle born not from flights of fiction but from the rigorous, strange logic of Einstein's relativity. Picture this. Two twins, identical in every way, are born on Earth. One remains at home, tending a quiet garden, while the other boards a spaceship and rockets away at near-light speed, voyaging to a distant star and back. Upon returning, the traveler discovers something shocking. Though they are still youthful, decades have passed for the twin who remain behind. The traveler has leaped into the future, skipping years in a heartbeat. This scenario was not a mere story. It was a direct consequence of special relativity, confirmed through countless experiments with atomic clocks and high-speed particles. In 1971, Hayfel and Keating flew atomic clocks on commercial airliners around the globe and demonstrated precisely this effect. The clocks aboard the planes ticked more slowly than those on the ground. In 2019, updated experiments with ultra-precise clocks in satellites and jets confirmed that time moves differently depending on speed and gravitational field. To visualize it, think of a river. Most people stand on the bank, watching the current flow steadily. But you, the traveler, dive in and ride a faster current to a distant bend. When you return to the bank, you find that more time has passed for the onlookers than for you. Time, once thought absolute and universal, is revealed as elastic, a fabric that stretches and contracts, warping with speed and mass. For many, the implications are both thrilling and chilling. Could this effect, harnessed to an extreme, allow for journeys to distant futures? Is the present a privileged place, or just another coordinate in an ever-shifting cosmos? Now let's descend from the cosmic to the quantum, to a world so bizarre it defies language. It's late at night and you're alone in your kitchen making tea. Steam rises, swirling in hidden patterns. On your table lies a coin gleaming in lamplight. You wonder, if you flip it, will it land heads or tails? In the everyday world, the answer seems random, but quantum mechanics whispers a stranger story. This brings us to the quantum information paradox, the puzzle of how information behaves near the edge of time's boundaries, especially around black holes. For decades, physicists believed that if you dropped something, a coin, a book, yourself, into a black hole, every detail about its structure would be lost forever, erased by the singularity. Stephen Hawking in 1976 stunned the world by proposing that black holes evaporate over time, emitting radiation and eventually disappearing, leaving no trace of what fell in. This seemed to violate a cornerstone principle of quantum theory. Information cannot be destroyed. The paradox ignited a scientific firestorm. In 2004, Hawking courageously revised his stance, acknowledging that quantum effects might allow information to leak back as the black hole evaporates. But the mechanism remains mysterious, a clash at the heart of quantum gravity, with no clear answer. Current research, such as that by Leonard Susskind and Gerard T. Hooft, explores ideas like firewalls, holographic boundaries, and the strange possibility that information is smeared across the universe, recoverable in ways we can scarcely imagine. For a vivid metaphor, picture a letter tossed into a bonfire. The paper burns, the words vanish, but quantum theory insists the information is never truly lost, perhaps encoded in the pattern of smoke, the heat, the ash. The universe, it seems, guards its secrets but never lets them go. Is time, then, a one-way street, or does it quietly keep a perfect memory of all that has ever been? This paradox unites the mysteries of death, memory, and the ultimate fate of the cosmos. If information can be preserved, could the story of your life, every moment, every thought, be written indelibly into the fabric of existence? Does time travel, at least in principle, promise not only movement through eras but resurrection from oblivion? Against the enormity of these puzzles, recall the many times throughout history when truths were once dismissed as impossible, only to later shape our reality. Imagine an ancient philosopher staring at a horizon, insisting that the world must end at the edge, for such is all that could be seen. For centuries, The flat Earth was not only dogma but the unquestioned anchor of geography and cosmology. To propose otherwise was heresy, madness. Yet as the sails of explorers sliced through the unknown, and as shadows in lunar eclipses revealed a gentle curve, the truth, spherical, elegant, and disorienting, emerged. The lesson is as sharp as it is humbling. The universe is under no obligation to fit our expectations. What feels obvious in one era may crumble under the weight of new evidence. The same is true for time. Once, the ticking of a clock was the measure of all things, unchanging, universal. Now we know time bends, twists, and may even double back upon itself in the presence of gravity, speed, or quantum uncertainty. Consider, too, the tale of light in a vacuum, a truth that seems unassailable. For centuries, light was believed to be the fastest phenomenon in the universe, immutable in its speed. Then, in the early 21st century, researchers in Harvard's Lean House laboratory managed to slow light to 17 meters per second, and even halt it entirely by passing it through ultra-cold atomic gases. The feat, described in a 2001 science paper, seemed to violate not only intuition but the very fabric of physics. Yet it was true, and the implications rippled across quantum computing, teleportation, and the possibility of manipulating information itself. The journey from misconception to truth is the beating heart of science. Each paradox and shock forces us to look again, to let go of certainty, to embrace the possibility that everything, time, memory, reality itself, is stranger and richer than we can possibly foresee. It is a humbling, exhilarating dance, one that rewards both skepticism and wonder. Return for a moment to the comfort of the everyday. You are walking home late, streetlights casting islands of gold on wet pavement. Somewhere a train whistles, a sound from the past echoing through the present. You pause and feel the world shift just slightly, as if the distances between then and now have grown thin. In that delicate hush, you recall the final breath-stealing paradox, the arrow of time. It seems so basic, so irrevocable: milk spills, glass shatters, people grow old. Yet the fundamental laws of physics are almost all perfectly symmetrical. If you filmed the dance of particles and ran it in reverse, no equation would protest. Only entropy, the slow drift from order to chaos, insists that time must flow forward. The second law of thermodynamics is the lone, stubborn signpost, an arrow drawn in the sand. But the universe, in its playfulness, sometimes dissolves the arrow's clarity. In quantum experiments, time's direction can become mudded or even reversed. In the minds of those who meditate deeply or experience trauma, time can expand, slow, or loop. The puzzle remains. Is the arrow of time a brute fact of the cosmos or a trick of perception? A story consciousness tells itself to make sense of change. As you ponder, the world expands with possibility. If time's arrow can bend, could we one day step off its track? Do we live forever in a single, unalterable timeline, or are there secret passages, hidden loops and moments waiting to echo, to return, to heal what was broken? Every paradox, every shocking truth is an invitation to question, to doubt, to imagine further. Science is not a fortress but a beacon, lit by the restless curiosity of minds pushing against the unknown. The strangest truths, those that once seemed absurd, frightening, or impossible, beckon us onward, whispering that we have only begun to scratch the surface of what can be known. Suppose, finally, that one evening you sit by a fire with friends, telling stories as sparks leap upward into darkness. Someone asks, if you could travel anywhere in time, where would you go? In the laughter and silence that follows, hidden in the hush before answers form, lies the wild heart of it all, a sense of awe, of longing, and of wonder that the universe is not only more mysterious than we imagine, but more mysterious than we can imagine. Which truth will you chase next? Which paradox will you dare to unravel? The only certainty is that, as long as we question, the journey will never truly end. In the chill dawn of the mid-21st century, when the world was already teetering on the cusp of quantum revolutions and neural frontiers, the concept of time travel began its most tangible dance from theory and speculation into the hands of humanity. It was no longer relegated to the whispered dreams of physicists or the rolling reels of science fiction, but was poised to become a tool, a technology, and a cultural phenomenon interwoven with everyday life. This transformation was neither sudden nor linear. It was a sprawling, intricate journey, marked by visionaries, setbacks, and the persistent hum of human curiosity. The story begins in the halls of the International Temporal Research Institute, ITRI, nestled within a sprawling tech park on the outskirts of Copenhagen. Founded in 2038, ITRI was the brainchild of Dr. Annika Sorensen, a Danish physicist whose early work on quantum coherence and temporal lattices had ignited waves across the scientific community. Annika was a woman of restless energy and quiet determination, who had spent years wrestling with the enigmatic folds of spacetime and the tantalizing clues that hinted at temporal malleability. She believed that time travel, or at least the controlled manipulation of temporal perception, could yield benefits far beyond the fantastical notions that had long surrounded it. The project that she spearheaded, dubbed Project Eon, was born from a simple, yet profound question. Could humanity harness the elasticity of time not to leap physically through epochs, but to optimize the experience and utility of the time we inhabit? The initial goal was audacious: to develop a device that would allow individuals to slow, speed up, or even revisit their own subjective timelines with precision, enabling everything from therapeutic memory immersion to enhanced learning and decision-making. The early days of Project Ian were brutal in the best sense of the word. The team faced a cascade of challenges that seemed almost designed to test their resolve. Quantum decoherence sabotaged experiments. Neural interfaces lagged behind the desired fidelity. The computational requirements for modeling the human temporal experience were gargantuan. Funding ebbed and flowed with the tides of public and political interest. Initial governmental skepticism made grants scarce, and private investors were cautious, wary of chasing illusions. Annika herself often found solace wandering the cobbled streets of Copenhagen at night, her mind a whirlwind of equations and possibilities. She would pause before the shimmering waters of the harbor, imagining time as a fluid entity, stretching and compressing like the tides themselves. It was here she found her resolve, buoyed by the certainty that beneath the chaos lay a pathway to something transformative. After 5 years of relentless iteration, sleepless nights and moments of despair, the breakthrough came in an unassuming moment one autumn morning. The team successfully calibrated a quantum temporal modulation array capable of synchronizing with a subject's neural patterns, effectively creating a temporal echo chamber. When a volunteer entered the device, a sleek helmet with nanofiber electrodes and a quantum entanglement core, their experience of time subtly shifted. Seconds stretched or contracted, memories surfaced with vivid clarity. Future scenarios could be previewed through immersive simulations. The implications were staggering. The first clinical trials focused on patients with post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. Traditional therapies often struggled against the tangled webs of trauma, but through controlled temporal immersion, patients could revisit harrowing memories with a newfound sense of safety and control, allowing for gradual healing. A 2047 report published in the Copenhagen Review of Neuroscience detailed that over 68% of participants exhibited marked improvements within 6 months, with some reporting unprecedented emotional resilience. Buoyed by these results, Project Ian expanded rapidly. The technology was refined, miniaturized, and adapted for broader applications. By 2050, the Temporal Modulation Interface (TMI), as the device was now called, was no longer a cumbersome helmet but a lightweight headset, interfacing seamlessly with personal neural networks. Commercial interest soared. Chrono Wave, a Copenhagen-based startup spun off from ITRI, became the torchbearer of this new wave. Their flagship product, Time Vista, offered consumers the ability to relive past days with sensory richness, touch, sound, even scent, reconstructed through quantum memory lattices and artificial intelligence. Launched in 2051, Time Vista became an overnight sensation, capturing markets across Europe, North America, and parts of Asia. Within 18 months, Chrono Wave reported sales exceeding $280 million, with a user base of 5 million. Early adopters spanned from elderly individuals seeking to reconnect with forgotten moments to educators crafting immersive historical simulations. The commercial success also sparked a renaissance in creative industries. Artists, filmmakers, and game developers quickly realized the potential of temporal technologies to deepen engagement. The interactive chrono stories genre emerged. Narrative experiences where participants could explore multiple timelines within a story, altering perspectives and uncovering hidden layers. The blockbuster release Echoes of Eternity by the Parisian studio Lumiere Interactive, blending live-action cinematics with temporal immersion, sold over 15 million copies worldwide by 2053 and won numerous awards for innovation. Meanwhile, the healthcare sector underwent profound shifts. Hospitals integrated TMI technology into rehabilitation programs. Stroke survivors retrained motor skills by reliving successful past movements, while chronic pain patients found relief through controlled modulation of temporal perception, effectively decoupling the immediate sensation from long-term trauma. The World Health Organization published a landmark report in 2054, citing a 27% average reduction in rehabilitation times across facilities utilizing temporal modulation therapies. Yet, Project Ian's success was but one thread in the sprawling tapestry of humanity's embrace of time travel's potential. Across the Atlantic, In the bustling urban sprawl of Toronto, another story was unfolding, one that would redefine the relationship between data, history, and decision-making on a global scale. At the heart of this narrative was a multidisciplinary consortium known as the ChronoNet Alliance, formed in 2046. The alliance united leading research universities, tech corporations, and governmental agencies from Canada, the United States, and Mexico, with a mission to develop predictive temporal analytics, tools that could integrate vast historical data streams and simulate future scenarios with unprecedented accuracy. The brain behind ChronoNet was Dr. Javier Morales, a Mexican-American computer scientist and futurist whose groundbreaking work in temporal data fusion had earned international acclaim. Javier envisioned a platform that would synthesize economic, environmental, social, and geopolitical data into a dynamic temporal model, a living history that could be peered into and, crucially, used to guide policy decisions. Assembling a team of over 300 researchers, engineers, and analysts, ChronoNet embarked on what became known as the Temporal Horizon Project. The core challenge: building algorithms capable of navigating the inherent uncertainties of time, incorporating the probabilistic nature of events, and factoring in the butterfly effects of human actions. Initial progress was painstaking. Early simulations were chaotic, generating contradictory futures that frustrated policymakers. However, breakthroughs came when the team integrated advances from quantum computing, particularly systems utilizing entangled qubits to represent branching timelines, and AI models trained on decades of historical precedents. By 2050, the Temporal Horizon Project had birthed FutureSight, a platform that governments and corporations could use to simulate the outcomes of complex interventions, climate policies, public health initiatives, economic reforms, with a fidelity previously unattainable. FutureSight did not promise certainty but mapped ranges of probable futures, illuminating risks and opportunities. The platform's impact was swift and profound. A notable application occurred in 2052 when the Canadian government used FutureSight to refine its carbon reduction strategy. Simulations indicated that a modest shift in transportation subsidies would cascade into a 7% greater reduction in emissions by 2065 than previously modeled, influencing budget allocations and infrastructure development. The success attracted attention beyond North America. By 2053, the European Union, Japan, and members of the ASEAN bloc had joined the ChronoNet Alliance, committing resources and data toward a shared temporal intelligence framework. The alliance expanded to include real-time feeds from satellites, IoT networks, and social media, transforming FutureSight into a global nexus of temporal insight. Commercialization followed naturally. Tech giants like QuantumAxis and Helix Dynamics partnered with ChronoNet to develop tailored versions of FutureSight for sectors ranging from finance to disaster response. Early reports from QuantumAxis noted a 23% improvement in supply chain resilience for clients using temporal predictive analytics, while Helix Dynamics, partnership with the United Nations, enabled more agile humanitarian aid deployment, saving thousands of lives in crises across Africa and Southeast Asia. Parallel to these large-scale institutional efforts, smaller companies and startups blossomed, innovating on the margins with specialized applications inspired by time travel's conceptual core. In Amsterdam, the startup Tempusfit launched a wearable device in 2054 that used principles of subjective temporal modulation to optimize athletic training cycles. By adjusting the wearer's perception of time during workouts, users reported enhanced stamina and reduced fatigue, leading to a rapid adoption among professional sports teams and fitness enthusiasts alike. Early sales generated $15 million within the first year, a striking success for a company of just 30 employees. In San Francisco, another venture, Chrono Play, reimagined educational games by integrating temporal branching narratives where young learners could experiment with cause and effect in historical contexts. This approach led to measurable gains in critical thinking skills, as documented in a 2055 study published in the Journal of Educational Technology. Chronoplay's flagship product, TimeQuest, secured licensing deals with over 2,000 schools globally, with revenues surpassing $50 million in just 18 months. These commercial innovations were complemented by a vibrant ecosystem of open-source projects and citizen science initiatives. Online communities gathered to develop temporal mods for educational software, simulated societies, and interactive art installations that blurred the boundaries between science and imagination. Hackathons themed around building the future past became annual global events, fostering collaboration across disciplines and continents. However, as with any groundbreaking frontier, the rise of time travel-inspired technologies sparked profound debates, ethical, philosophical, and political. The annual World Symposium on Temporal Technologies, held alternately in Geneva, Singapore, and Cape Town, became the arena for fierce yet constructive discourse. Here, luminaries and skeptics clashed in passionate exchanges that often spilled into public forums and media. One prominent debate centered on the potential psychological consequences of immersive temporal experiences. Critics warned of temporal disassociation, where users might struggle to reconcile altered perceptions of time with everyday reality, potentially leading to addiction or mental health crises. Advocates countered that, with proper safeguards and education, temporal modulation technologies offered unprecedented opportunities for healing and growth. Intellectual property and data privacy also ignited controversy. The gathering storm of personal temporal data, memories, experiential timelines, predictive models, raised profound questions. Who owns the past? Can memories be commodified or weaponized? The European Data Council proposed the Chrono Rights Directive in 2055, establishing legal frameworks to protect individuals' temporal experiences from exploitation. Though contentious, this regulation became a model for other regions, reflecting a growing awareness of the unique challenges posed by time travel technologies. On a geopolitical level, the competition to lead in temporal technology innovation intensified. The United States, Project Janus, and China's New Dawn initiative represented rival strategies, Janus focused on commercial dominance and rapid deployment, while New Dawn emphasized sustainability, ethical development, and social equity. Both invested billions in research, education, and infrastructure, fueling a dynamic rivalry that mirrored earlier technological races of the 20th century. Amid this, international cooperation emerged as both necessity and aspiration. The United Nations Temporal Research Council facilitated dialogues and treaties aimed at ensuring peaceful and equitable use of time travel technologies. The ASEAN Temporal Network, established in 2053, fostered regional collaboration in Southeast Asia, emphasizing cultural sensitivity and shared prosperity. These frameworks, while imperfect, signaled a collective acknowledgement of temporal technologies, transformative power, and the responsibilities they entail. They embodied a hope that humanity could navigate this new frontier with wisdom, balancing ambition with caution, innovation with reflection. The narrative of humanity's mastery and exploitation of time travel is a mosaic of ingenuity, struggle, and vision. From the quiet labs of Copenhagen, where Project Ian reshaped the experience of time itself, to the sprawling consortiums of ChronoNet weaving predictive futures, to the bustling startups and grassroots innovators who dared to dream and build new temporal worlds, the story unfolds as a living testament to human audacity. It is a story of how, from the mysterious folds of theoretical physics and philosophical ponderings, emerged practical tools that touch lives, healing minds, enriching education, empowering decision-making, and expanding the very fabric of human experience. It is also a tale that embraces tension between progress and prudence, individual freedom and collective good, the known and the unknown. As these projects continue to evolve, and as the boundaries between past, present, and future blur in ever more intimate ways, humanity stands not at the end of the journey but at its exhilarating beginning. The mastery of time travel is no longer a distant dream. It is a living, breathing reality, one shaped by curiosity, courage, and the endless, restless urge to explore the depths of time itself. In the dawn of 2030, the world stands at a threshold where dreams of bending time are no longer confined to science fiction or the whispered theories of physicists, but begin to purl into tangible reality. As the first decade of this new era unfolds, humanity awakens to the subtle but profound shifts in how time can be experienced, manipulated, and perhaps traversed. The air hums with anticipation, like seeds scattered on fertile cosmic soil, eager to sprout in ways both wondrous and unforeseen. Imagine the year 2028. Streets buzz with the soft glow of wearable temporal modulators, devices that allow users to slow time's perception in moments of stress or speed it during tedious tasks. Schools introduce immersive, chrono-learning programs where students don headsets not to fail history classes, but to live them, walking the cobblestone streets of Renaissance Florence or the dusty battlefields of ancient empires, their senses awash with sound, scent, and feeling. Dr. Ilara Mendez, a leading neuroscientist at NASA's Temporal Cognition Lab, recently published a groundbreaking study, Mendez, 2027, revealing that controlled temporal dilation enhances memory retention by 42%, a discovery poised to revolutionize education and therapy alike. Simultaneously, Professor Arun Patel of MIT's Center for Quantum Temporality, Patel, 2029, predicts that by 2035, nearly 40% of consumer electronics will incorporate temporal modulation capabilities, seamlessly integrating with AI to optimize human workflows, creativity, and wellness. Meanwhile, initiatives like the European Union's ChronoCare project, currently piloting in select hospitals, use guided temporal immersion for PTSD patients, showing remarkable improvements in emotional resilience and quality of life within just months. The application spectrum grows rapidly. The first is psychological therapy, where temporal immersion helps individuals revisit and reconcile traumatic memories without re-traumatization. The second is education, where history, science, and arts are taught through lived experience rather than textbooks. The third is productivity enhancement, where professionals modulate subjective time to optimize focus and flow states. By 2030, these technologies are not niche luxuries but becoming part of everyday life, blurring the boundaries between past and present, memory and experience. Yet, as this new dawn unfolds, the world does not move uniformly. By the middle decades of the century, when the 2050s cast their long shadows, the contrast between regions, ideologies, and cultural philosophies becomes starkly evident, weaving a complex tapestry of temporal futures. The East and West, each with distinct traditions and priorities, chart diverging courses through the evolving temporal landscape. China, with its robust centralized planning and cultural reverence for harmony and cyclical time, pursues grand projects integrating time modulation with societal governance. The ambitious Temporal Silk Road Initiative, a sprawling network connecting cities through synchronized temporal infrastructures, aims to harmonize economic cycles, social rhythms, and environmental policies. Chinese scholars align these efforts with centuries-old philosophical underpinnings, Taoist emphasis on flow and balance, suggesting that humanity's mastery over time must be an art of attuning, not conquering. In parallel, the European Union leads a consortium focused on ethical governance and equitable access to temporal technologies. The EU's Temporal Ethics Framework, ratified in 2048, establishes rigorous standards ensuring privacy, consent, and cultural sensitivity in the use of chronal devices. Public forums throughout Europe grapple with questions raised by shared temporal experiences. How do we honor diverse narratives of the past? What is the right to forget? These reflections echo through the arts, politics, and daily conversation, fostering a society deeply engaged with the philosophical dimensions of time. Across the Atlantic, the United States blends entrepreneurial dynamism with a cautious regulatory approach. Silicon Valley innovators champion rapid commercialization, pushing temporal modulation into entertainment, sports, and personal enhancement, while federal agencies balance innovation with protections against temporal misuse, such as chronoaddiction or manipulation of historical data. The American ethos of individual agency and frontier spirit finds expression in the proliferation of personalized time voyages, where users curate their own experiential timelines, blending memory, fantasy, and aspiration. Japan and South Korea, steeped in traditions valuing discipline and collective well-being, focus on integrating temporal technologies into health care and urban planning. Their smart chrono cities pilot programs use real-time temporal analytics to optimize traffic flow, energy consumption, and emergency response, crafting urban environments attuned not just to space, but to time's rhythms. A 2049 report by the World Economic Forum highlights these regional efforts as models for sustainable temporal innovation, underscoring that the global future of time travel technologies will be a mosaic reflecting diverse values and visions. Amid these sweeping developments, the world watches with a mixture of awe and curiosity as Project Horizon, a bold and audacious endeavor, takes shape in the deserts of Arizona, a region transformed into a vast, shimmering laboratory for temporal experimentation. Media outlets dub it the temporal oasis, a futuristic forest of crystalline towers and quantum sensors, where researchers pursue the dream of stabilizing fleeting wormholes, microscopic gateways not for physical passage, but for data transmission that transcends linear time. The project, reported in Scientific American 2051, aims to weave artificial baby universes in controlled environments, folding and unfolding temporal fabrics like origami. Skeptics dismiss it as fantastical. Proponents see in it the promise of instantaneous communication across epochs, a revolution in understanding causality itself. Around the world, new professions bloom, fertilized by the fertile curiosity and necessity that time travel technologies engender. Temporal architects design environments and experiences that harmonize with subjective time flows, crafting spaces where seconds stretch like honey or compress like lightning, tailored to purpose and emotion. Ethical custodians of chrono data govern the rapidly expanding archives of personal, communal, and planetary memories, ensuring that data stewardship honors humanity's right to narrative sovereignty. Neurochronologists map and interpret the epigenetic and cognitive imprints of temporal experiences, advancing personalized medicine and augmenting human life cycles. Quantum temporality engineers build and maintain the delicate infrastructures supporting temporal modulation devices, blending physics, computer science, and materials engineering. Finally, cultural temporalists explore the evolving social fabric shaped by shared time experiences, mediating conflicts and fostering empathy across temporal divides. Demand for these roles surges, with forecasts by the International Labor Organization anticipating a 75% increase in temporal tech-related employment globally by 2060. Universities scramble to develop interdisciplinary curricula, blending physics, philosophy, neuroscience, ethics, and digital arts, a testament to the holistic integration time travel inspires. But as humanity reaches for ever more profound mastery over time, shadows lengthen with the weight of unheeded lessons. Suppose, for a moment, that society falters in its stewardship, not out of malice but from complacency, inequity, or fractured will. The consequences, experts warn, could be profound and cascading. Professor Meilin Zhang of the Global Institute for Temporal Studies cautions, 2059, failure to equitably distribute temporal technologies risks fracturing our social fabric into temporal classes, those who can manipulate and extend subjective time, and those left behind in linearity. Such divides may deepen inequalities, foment unrest, and erode collective trust. Moreover, unchecked exploitation could lead to chrono-exhaustion, psychological conditions where individuals lose anchorage in shared temporal reality, spiraling into disorientation or dissociation. Environmental impacts loom as well. Temporal infrastructures demand vast energy, and the delicate synchronization of chronal systems may exacerbate ecological vulnerabilities if poorly managed. The World Environmental Council's 2061 report highlights that temporal resource management will become as critical as water or air, necessitating new frameworks to balance progress and planetary health. Economically, failure to integrate temporal innovation responsibly could trigger volatility. Markets might become untethered from real time, distorted by speculative futures simulated and manipulated by powerful actors, creating bubbles and crashes that ripple unpredictably. The social contract risks fraying, as perceptions of history and progress diverge wildly across temporal experiences. Envision a day in 2075 that unfolds under this looming shadow. A young woman named Amira wakes in her high-rise apartment in New Nairobi, her chrono implant pulsating gently as it synchronizes her subjective time with the city's temporal grid. She prepares for the day, her movements fluid yet slightly detached, a subtle symptom of the city's overextended temporal modulation systems. Outside, temporal traffic jams ripple invisibly through the skyways, as drones and vehicles negotiate not just space but staggered chronologies. In her job as a temporal ethicist, Amira mediates disputes when memory overlaps cause conflicts, instances where individuals' narrated pasts diverge, leading to legal and social challenges. The day is heavy with the tension of managing a world where the boundaries of time are stretched thin. Yet, amidst the complexity, Amira finds moments of hope in shared temporal rituals, in ephemeral synchronies with others, and in the enduring human desire for connection across time's folds. As night falls, one cannot help but ask, will humanity muster the courage, wisdom, and humility required to navigate the labyrinth of time it has begun to unravel? Can the delicate dance between innovation and ethics, between aspiration and caution, be sustained in the face of such profound transformation? You might wonder, have you ever dreamed of stepping beyond the relentless march of seconds to touch the edges of eternity? The future of time travel is not a fixed point but a horizon shimmering with possibility, beckoning us to journey forward with open eyes and steady hearts. Beyond the technological marvels and societal shifts, the future of time travel invites a reevaluation of human identity itself. As subjective experience becomes malleable, the notion of a fixed self anchored in chronological continuity grows tenuous. Philosophers and neuroscientists alike speculate that the boundaries of personal identity may begin to blur, reshaped by temporal agility. Dr. Leela Morno of the Institute for Cognitive Futures posits that, with extended temporal modulation, Individuals may develop multiple coexisting temporal selves, distinct versions of consciousness thriving in overlapping time streams, challenging classical concepts of unity and selfhood. This multiplicity opens profound possibilities for creativity and empathy, as people learn to inhabit divergent perspectives within their own lifespans. Yet it also raises unsettling questions. How will law, morality, and interpersonal relationships adapt when a single person's memories and experiences no longer form a singular narrative, but a constellation of temporal selves? Legal systems must grapple with accountability across fragmented timelines, while ethical frameworks expand to accommodate rights that span these internal temporal divides. Moreover, the evolution of temporal technology is anticipated to catalyze a renaissance in cultural expression. Artists, musicians, and writers harness temporal modulation to craft immersive works that extend beyond static media into dynamic living experiences. Temporal theaters emerge, where audiences do not merely watch but inhabit narratives that unfurl with shifting temporal rhythms, allowing deep emotional resonance and nonlinear storytelling. Music compositions unfold in time loops or accelerated bursts, inviting listeners into multisensory temporal voyages. Literature evolves into chronotexts, interactive texts that adapt their form and content in response to the reader's temporal state and choices, creating personalized narrative arcs that reflect inner moods and memories. These innovations foster a rich cultural tapestry that dialogues with time not as a mere backdrop, but as an active, co-creative participant. On a planetary scale, temporal technologies hold promise for addressing global challenges with unprecedented nuance and foresight. Climate scientists develop chronosimulations, dynamic models that incorporate real-time and accelerated feedback loops, enabling the testing of environmental intervention across multiple future scenarios. Policymakers utilize these tools to craft adaptive strategies that respond fluidly to emerging data, balancing short-term needs with long-term planetary stewardship. Humanitarian agencies deploy temporal modulation to optimize disaster response, coordinating relief efforts across overlapping timelines to maximize efficiency and minimize suffering. Such applications could redefine humanity's collective capacity for resilience and adaptability in a rapidly changing world. Yet, alongside these hopeful vistas, the specter of temporal exploitation persists. Rogue actors and shadow networks may harness temporal technology for covert influence, rewriting memories to manipulate elections, fabricating events to distort public perception, or creating temporal echo chambers that imprison individuals within self-reinforcing realities. Cybersecurity in the temporal realm emerges as a critical frontier, requiring innovations that safeguard not only information, but the integrity of time itself. International coalitions work tirelessly to establish protocols and treaties, recognizing that temporal disruption could escalate conflicts far beyond conventional warfare's bounds. The concept of chrono-peacekeeping gains traction, deploying specialized units trained to monitor and neutralize temporal incursions that threaten social stability. Education systems, too, face profound transformation and challenge. While chrono-learning promises unparalleled immersion and retention, educators must balance immersion with critical reflection, ensuring students do not become lost in idealized or manipulated temporal experiences detached from present realities. Pedagogical paradigms shift toward fostering temporal literacy, skills in navigating, interpreting, and ethically engaging with malleable time. Lifelong learning becomes essential as individuals continuously adapt to evolving temporal norms and technologies. Equity remains paramount. Access to advanced temporal education and modulation must be democratized to prevent new forms of temporal elitism. As the decades progress, the human relationship with mortality and aging enters a new phase. Temporal modulation therapies extend subjective lifespans, allowing individuals to experience years of enriched consciousness within the span of months or days. Research into temporal neuroplasticity suggests possibilities for reversing cognitive decline, offering hope against neurodegenerative diseases. However, these advances provoke existential debates about the meaning of life and death, when time itself becomes a variable to manipulate rather than a fixed horizon. Societies wrestle with ethical dilemmas surrounding lifespan extension, intergenerational dynamics, and the allocation of temporal resources. Some advocate for chrono-egalitarianism, a philosophy promoting balanced temporal experiences across populations to preserve social cohesion and respect for natural life cycles. In the cosmic arena, ambitions stretch beyond earthly temporal mastery. Space agencies envision temporal technologies integrated into deep space exploration, where modulation of subjective time could mitigate the psychological toll of long-duration missions. Explorers might traverse interstellar distances in what feels like months or years, even as centuries pass externally. Concepts of temporal relativity intertwine with spatial travel, inviting new models of existence that blend time dilation with human experience. Such ventures promise to expand the domain of human presence across the stars, even as they raise profound questions about identity, isolation, and connection to home. Ultimately, the unfolding future of time travel is a narrative of balance, a dance between power and responsibility, innovation and humility, individual freedom and collective good. It challenges humanity to reinvent itself continually, not merely as masters of time, but as vigilant custodians of temporal integrity, mindful of the delicate threads that weave past, present, and future into the fabric of existence. The journey ahead is unpredictable, fraught with peril and promise alike, inviting each generation to step thoughtfully into the ever-shifting river of time, crafting not only the technology but the wisdom to navigate its depths with courage and grace. Have you ever wondered what it would be like to step through the fabric of time itself, to witness the dawn of civilizations, to glimpse into the distant future, or perhaps even to rewrite the moments that define your very existence? Imagine standing at the crossroads of yesterday, today, and tomorrow, where the past isn't locked away in dusty textbooks or fading memories, but alive and accessible, ripe for exploration. What if the boundaries that trap us in the relentless march of time were not as absolute as we've always believed? What if the flow of time, linear and unyielding in our everyday experience, could be bent, twisted, or even reversed. Time travel is a concept that has fascinated humanity for centuries, weaving its way through ancient myths, folklore, and modern science fiction. It tantalizes us with the possibility of breaking free from the chains of the present and venturing into realms unknown, where the past and future are as tangible as the here and now. The very idea challenges our deepest understanding of reality and ignites a profound curiosity about the universe and our place within it. Today, we embark on a journey to explore the enigma of time travel, not just as a mere fantasy or a compelling plot device, but as a profound scientific and philosophical question that continues to captivate physicists, philosophers, and dreamers alike. This exploration will delve into the possibilities and paradoxes that time travel presents, the theoretical frameworks that entertain it, and the tantalizing clues that suggest time may be far more malleable than our everyday experience permits us to believe. Why does this matter? Because understanding time and its nature could unlock secrets about the origin of the universe, the fate of existence, and even the fundamental limits of human knowledge. The prospect of time travel forces us to reconsider the concepts of cause and effect, free will, and the very nature of identity. It challenges us to envision a cosmos where history might be rewritten, or where futures not yet lived are already present in some form beyond our perception. Think back to a moment in your life, a simple one, perhaps a choice you wish you could undo or a memory you long to relive. Time travel promises, at least in theory, the chance to revisit such moments, to shape outcomes, or to witness events long past. This deeply personal connection to time is what makes the concept so compelling, bridging the vast scales of the cosmos with the intimate experiences of individual lives. It is this blend of the universal and the personal that makes time travel a subject not only of scientific inquiry, but one of enduring human fascination. Consider the story of a young physicist at the turn of the 20th century, grappling with the emerging theories of spacetime. As he sifted through the equations of Einstein's general relativity, he noticed peculiar solutions, paths through spacetime that looped back on themselves, known as closed time-like curves. These solutions suggested that, under certain extreme conditions, it might be possible to traverse backward in time, creating what we now call time loops or time machines. This discovery seemed to shatter the intuitive notion of a linear timeline and opened a Pandora's box of paradoxes and possibilities. One such paradox, the infamous grandfather paradox, asks, what happens if you travel back in time and prevent your own existence by altering past events? Would you cease to exist, or would the universe find a way to preserve its consistency? This question alone has sparked decades of debate, inspiring new theories such as the multiverse or many worlds interpretation, where every choice creates diverging realities. The puzzle is not just about science. It touches on the philosophy of determinism and free will, questioning whether the future is fixed or fluid. To ground these ideas, imagine a tale of a time traveler who ventures to a pivotal moment in history, a chance to prevent a catastrophe or to ignite a revolution. What unseen consequences ripple through time as a result? Could a small change in the past cascade into a radically different present, or does the timeline resist tampering, self-correcting like an invisible cosmic safeguard. These questions highlight the intricate dance between possibility and consequence, emphasizing that time travel is not only a matter of moving through moments, but grappling with the complex interplay of cause and effect. But the story of time travel does not end with paradoxes. It intertwines with the fabric of modern physics in surprising ways. The theory of relativity reveals that time itself is relative, dependent on speed and gravity. Astronauts orbiting Earth age slightly slower than those on the surface, a real-world manifestation of time dilation. This phenomenon, albeit tiny on human scales, hints at the possibility that altered time experiences might be achievable under extreme conditions, such as near black holes or at velocities approaching the speed of light. The allure of time travel also permeates culture and imagination, reflected in countless stories, films, and theoretical explorations. Characters leap across centuries, eras blend and collide, and the human desire to transcend temporal limitations is etched into our collective consciousness. These narratives do more than entertain. They serve as thought experiments, allowing us to grapple with the implications of altering timelines and confronting the ethical dilemmas such powers would entail. Behind these stories lies a profound fascination with the nature of time itself, how it governs life and death, memory and anticipation, growth and decay. Time is the silent stage on which every existence unfolds, yet it remains one of the least understood dimensions. Despite its omnipresence, time resists simple definition, eluding definitive measurement beyond the ticking of clocks. Its essence is woven with mysteries that challenge our understanding and beckon us toward deeper inquiry. Consider the philosophical implications. If time travel were possible, what would it mean for identity and continuity? Would a person who journeys to the past and alters key events remain the same individual? How would memories and experiences shape in a reality where causality is mutable? These questions reach beyond physics into the spheres of psychology, ethics, and metaphysics, underscoring the profound impact that mastery over time could wield. This journey into time travel is not simply about imagining the impossible, but about exploring the boundaries of knowledge, pushing the limits of science, and expanding the horizons of human thought. It invites us to reconsider what we accept as real, to question the unassailable flow of time, and to dream of a universe where yesterday and tomorrow coexist alongside today. As we delve deeper, we will uncover the pioneering theories that suggest mechanisms for time travel, from wormholes that bridge distant points in spacetime, to the intriguing properties of cosmic strings and rotating black holes. We will explore the rigorous scientific debates that weigh the feasibility of such phenomena against the constraints of known physics. And we will confront the paradoxes and puzzles that emerge, revealing time travel as a domain where science and philosophy converge in a delicate and thrilling dance. In embarking on this exploration, we join the ranks of visionaries and skeptics alike, those who dare to ask what lies beyond the relentless ticking of the clock. Time travel challenges us to rethink the narrative of existence, to imagine a reality richer and more complex than our linear perspective suggests. It is a concept that embodies the restless human spirit, the urge to transcend limits, and the unending quest for understanding. This odyssey will not yield simple answers, but will open avenues for wonder, debate, and discovery. Together, we will navigate the shadowy corridors of the past and the uncharted realms of the future, tracing the contours of time itself. The questions before us are as vast as time, and the quest to unravel them is one of the most profound adventures science and imagination can offer. At the heart of the enigma lies the very structure of space-time, a dynamic arena where space and time are intertwined in an intricate cosmic dance. Einstein's theory of general relativity revolutionized our understanding by revealing that gravity is not merely a force acting at a distance, but a curvature of spacetime itself, molded by the presence of mass and energy. This curvature can create unusual geometric configurations, some of which, theoretically, could enable shortcuts through time and space. These shortcuts, often referred to as wormholes or Einstein-Rosen bridges, offer speculative gateways that might, under the right circumstances, connect disparate points in spacetime, potentially allowing for travel not only across vast spatial distances, but also through different epochs. Wormholes are not just figments of science fiction. They emerge as valid solutions in Einstein's field equations. Yet, their stability poses a monumental challenge. To keep a wormhole open long enough for traversal, exotic matter with negative energy density would be required. Such matter has not been observed in usable quantities, and whether it can exist in a form that sustains a traversable wormhole remains an open question. The theoretical speculation about exotic matter connects deeply to quantum field theory, where phenomena like the Casimir effect hint at negative energy densities at microscopic scales. Whether this quantum subtlety could be harnessed to stabilize macroscopic wormholes is a question still beyond our experimental reach. Beyond wormholes, other exotic spacetime configurations have been proposed to allow time travel. The rotating black hole, described by the Kerr metric, presents a more complex structure than its non-rotating counterpart, the Schwarzschild black hole. Inside a Kerr black hole lies a ring-shaped singularity and regions known as the ergosphere, where spacetime itself is dragged around at speeds approaching that of light. Some researchers have suggested that these features could, in principle, permit travel along closed time-like curves, enabling a journey back to earlier moments in time. However, the practicalities are daunting. The intense gravitational forces, radiation, and the mysterious nature of singularities render such travel exceedingly hazardous and speculative. Similarly, cosmic strings, hypothetical one-dimensional defects in spacetime thought to be remnants from the early universe, have been proposed as potential conduits for time travel. If two such strings passed close enough to each other at high velocities, their combined gravitational effects could distort spacetime sufficiently to create closed time-like curves. These ideas connect cosmology to the tantalizing notion of temporal navigation, yet cosmic strings remain theoretical constructs without direct observational evidence. The possibility of time travel raises not only physical, but also logical paradoxes that have captivated thinkers for decades. The grandfather paradox remains the archetypal dilemma. If you traveled back in time and prevented your grandfather from meeting your grandmother, would you negate your own existence? This paradox challenges the consistency of causal sequences and suggests that either the past cannot be changed, or that changes create branching timelines or parallel universes where divergent histories unfold independently. To resolve such paradoxes, alternative models have been proposed. The Novikov self-consistency principle posits that any events occurring on a closed time-like curve must be self-consistent. That is, actions taken by a time traveler in the past were always part of history and cannot alter the consistency of events. This view preserves causality by forbidding any actions that would create contradictions, effectively eliminating paradoxes by constraining free will within the timeline. Another response is the many worlds or multiverse interpretation, which embraces the idea that each possible outcome of a decision or event spawns a new, branching universe. Under this framework, traveling back in time and altering an event would not change the traveler's original history, but would instead birth a parallel timeline where the alteration is realized. This hypothesis expands the notion of time travel from a simple movement through a single timeline to navigation among an infinite array of potential realities. These conceptual frameworks illustrate how time travel pushes the boundaries of our understanding, intertwining physics with metaphysics and epistemology. They raise profound questions about the nature of reality itself.